Good morning and welcome to the second edition of the Fòrum Catalan Food. This is the yearly meeting of the agri-food sector in Catalonia. Last year we couldn't celebrate it because of COVID, but this year we are celebrating it in a hybrid format. So we are here in Born Cultural Center and also through streaming if you want to follow this session virtually. So this hybrid format is something positive from that we obtained from the pandemic that allows us to multiply our audiences. So let's take good things from bad things, and we need to recover the essence of this forum, this personal and networking contact. We couldn't do it last year because of the COVID pandemic. So this year we all know that being face-to-face has an added value, and also proximity, these two things that are linked. And this is going to be the main axis of this Fòrum Catalan Food that wants to inspire you and to appeal you. We want to do that during today. We are going to start sharing our planning, because our agenda, because you need to be well accompanied in life, don't you? And we have our strategy. Our strategy is the strategic plan of Catalonia 2021-2026, with the co-participation of all the agents of the food chain, primary production, consumers, and the industries, and the transformation and distribution. It is a pioneer plan that is inspiring other regions, and the Secretary of Climate Action, DACC, is going to talk about all this, about this plan. Thank you very much, Clara, and good morning to you all. I want to welcome you to this wonderful meeting. 2 years ago, we organized a wonderful meeting too. It was very fruitful for the agri-food sector, and we hope that it's very fruitful today's edition. I want to thank Prodeca for the job they have done, and also because they're acting as an intermediary in this sector, also taking care of the projection of the Catalan companies, their turnover, and the sustainability that we can imagine in the agri-food sector. And the downturn situation gave an added value to this plan that we are implementing. And thank you for participating in this project, in this process, because we think we need to hear all your voices, and all opinions were taken into account. And as I said, this downturn make us intensify these ideas, and the war in Ukraine and many other things make us realize that it's important to make sure that the food welfare is very important for the inhabitants of a region. And a population without food cannot survive, and we can see it in Ukraine. One of the main decisions that were taken was to prevent and to stop or ban the export of cereals. They are great exporters of cereals, but they need to focus on their own population right now. They are banning then the export of wheat and other cereals. And they are realizing that in these difficult situations, they need all the wheat and all the cereals they can grow. So these unfortunate circumstances, they seem to be very far away, but they are very close to us because they are having an impact on our everyday lives, and they give us some food for thought. We need to prepare a country food strategy, and with this plan, we boosted all the Catalan system, and this is what we got, the strategic plan that was approved by the government in February last year, and it's going to be implemented until 2026. And we hope that during this period we will be able to do all the things we want to do. And it is a holistic plan, a holistic vision. We have taken into account all the things that can have an impact on the agri-food sector and on our capabilities. And we are taking into account sustainability too. We need to take into account the environment, sustainability. The Western world is focusing a lot on environmental practices and is very worried about climate change. And this reflection in other parts of the world that are not as privileged as we are and well developed have another perspective, but they will need to reach the same conclusions. So we start with this sustainability, but we also need to take into account the social sustainability and the economic sustainability. And this is the only thing we have, the only way to face the problem. And this means that we need to focus on food, starting on the primary sector, and also the production and distribution of food, and also how this food reaches the consumers, the end users, the citizens. And this is why we need to focus on buying Catalan produce with very demanding standards, and all consumers need and want these standards for healthy reasons, sustainability reasons, and also the flavor. It is another axis we need to take into account. The things that we eat have to feed us not only the body but also the soul. And this is our reflection. We started with the production, and then the distribution, and then finally the consumption. So the cooks and the chefs that we have all over the country who use these food with this authenticity label. And this level of authenticity, because we have a production linked to this chain from the origins to the consumption itself. And also we need to focus on innovation, because in this world we need to be in the avant-garde of all the trends that have an impact on your capabilities. So these made us think and ponder all these aspects, and this is how we created this strategic plan. And if you write down in Google the Catalan Food Strategic Plan, the PEAC, you will find all the information and details about this program, with the commitment of the sector and the commitment of the government to take one step forward. And this PEAC, this strategic plan, focus on sustainability, as I said, and we want to have a balanced system. And we need to make some concrete decisions, and also how to sustain these ideas, how to generate this added value. And all this is included in this strategic plan. And something else, our country is an urban country. Most of the population in Catalonia is in the urban spheres, and this is supposed to be something good, as philosophers say. So this is our projection, our idea that we need to guarantee that the population is going to be well fed, and food produced mostly in our region. So we need to keep our agricultural lands and our capabilities to produce food, and also fisheries and farms, and these need to be adapted to the 21st century. And also, as I said, something we need to solve. An urban society has a problem, and not looking over the shoulder this rural population. And we have done some public procurement strategies in order to focus on these. For example, the children should receive detailed and exhaustive information about food and nutrition, and also who is behind all these foods, all the food they are eating, because they need to learn to value these primary sector. Ramon Sentmartí is going to give you a lot of data. And also, to finish, and it's important that this big assembly that we could implement continues, and that it continues with some concrete realizations. There are a lot of aspects in this strategic plan, and if we have to face a downturn situation, Catalonia has to be ready to face these problems. Unfortunately, these crises keep on arising, and we need to be ready for that, because things can happen, bad things can happen. So history repeats itself one time after another, and this is why we need these strategies, these energy and food strategies that need to be and go hand in hand together with the administration and the wishes of the citizens. So all together we need to provide the service to our citizens. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carmel. Mòdol, you used your 10 minutes and you talked about this traceability of the proximity produce, and we'll talk also about this emotional traceability, flavors of food, and the smell of food. It is the power of music that allows us to teleport ourselves to the past, for example. And I remember when I was a young girl, when I started buying and doing shopping, and I remember my granny, for example, when I do the shopping, because she used to ask me for a specific brand of apples, apples that are sweeter, and these emotional ideas, this emotional traceability of proximity can be seen in the second edition of this forum. And we are also going to listen to Ramon Sentmartí, the director of Prodeca. He's going to talk about origin and proximity and about traceability. Whenever you want, Ramon, don't be scared to join me on the stage. Thank you very much. Well, I didn't want to occupy your space. I just wanted to say hello to everyone, and I want to show my support for the people in Ukraine, and I also wanted to say hello to everyone following us through streaming. We have a session in the afternoon. We are going to talk about the public procurement at European level, and they are following the session. So I wanted to say hello to all of them. So this is the Catalan Food Strategic Plan from the United Nations, the Green Deal Forum at European deal and at European level. And we talk about proximity, we talk about local produce, and as the secretary mentioned, we need to talk about sustainability, how we do things, and we need to face this climate emergency, the well-being of people, the feasibility of the food supply chain. Without the primary sector, the rest of the chain will not work. And there are different elements that we could mention today. And health can be considered in different fields: the health of people, the well-being of people, the health and the well-being of the planet, the well-being of all the chain, of the supply chain and the food chain, and also the health of the landscapes, of the diversity. And it is very important that we take into account the landscape, our vineyards, our landscapes, our fields. So with this context, we'll try and we will try to get to know and get more information about the perception of the chain, of all the different parts of the chain, the consumers, the distributors, the producers, and that is why we have done this very detailed work, this very detailed project. We have made a lot of surveys covering all types of population, gender, ages, and regions. We've done more than 500 surveys. And as for the in consumers and distributors wise, we have included the retailers and the wholesalers, doing more than 80 surveys to distributors, quantitative and qualitative surveys. And also we have talked to the producers, and we have focused on the farmers in Catalonia with the proximity label. More than 50,000 companies, and we have done 100 surveys to these producers with this authenticity, proximity level. So it is a very wide project with more than 150 pages. It is uploaded in our website, in the website of Prodeca, so it's fully accessible. It's very difficult to summarize in 10 minutes such a comprehensive and detailed study. So I will just give you some nuances and details, and if you are more interested, you can have a look at it in our website. So we have focused on data about purchase and sales, about the perception, about what's valued, about the different channels and what has changed after the COVID pandemic. I will give you some specific figures about this, and then which are the barriers and the impact of COVID and our expectations for the future. So just to give you a summary about figures, half of the population, when they buy, when they do the shopping, 45.8% of what's bought is proximity food, and 9 out of 10 think that it is very important to buy proximity products. And we have some figures that confirm this, and this is a general trend, and most of the consumers try to buy local products. As for the distribution, here you can see this figure, and we include all types of distributors. 77.6% try and buy local products, wine, cava, dairy products, meat, fruits and vegetables. And as for these farmers with this label of proximity produce, it is 1,470 million euros. That represents 3.85% of the turnover of the agri-food sector. And here the local product is the main protagonist in the shopping basket. So we have the figures now that confirm this. What else? Perception. So when people talk about local produce, what do you understand by local produce? The great majority of consumers and distributors mention the geographical aspect, but not only this. There is also the relationship. There is also the storytelling. There is also the values of this produce that is linked to the produce itself. But the first thing that comes to their mind is proximity, geographical aspects, and this is linked to the region of Catalonia. And what's valued by the consumers and the distributors, and why the local produce. A very interesting figure is that they want to benefit the local producers, they want to benefit the territory, favoring local economies. And this is a real trend, and it is a growing trend. The secretary also mentioned it. Talking about Ukraine, we need to protect our producers because they belong to our identity. So this idea of favoring the local producers and giving support to the local producers. And from the distributors' perspective, they said that it's a way to give an added value and to be more competitive and be different from competitors. It's a way to differentiate themselves from Prodeca and the great distribution channels is asking us for proximity produce. So the idea is that proximity produce gives us an added value and we are more competitive. As for the sales channel, the traditional shops are still the main source of purchase, and 3 out of 4 prefer the traditional shops, and 19% do their shopping online. There is still a long way to go here. We are going to talk about this because 7 out of 10 consumers say that they know these online platforms, but only 19% actually use it. As for distribution, 35.3% have specific shelves in their premises, in their supermarkets, to offer these products, and 3 out of 4 receive orders, online orders. And as for the producers with this specific proximity label, 19% sell online, and then 43% is sold to individuals and 57% is sold to distribution channels. And trust and variety is one of the things that they mention when they talk about buying online. So which are the barriers, which are the challenges, the things we need to work on? So we have 2 main variables. On the one hand, the price, and links to local produce. Also, the difficulty to have access to places, so they don't find all these local produces. And also on online produce and online sales, we can underline that the consumers have their doubts. So the produce that I see on my screen is going to be the same that I'm going to receive at home. So there is a problem of trust. And also the distributors mention this. And one of the main challenges is how we have access to these producers and identify these local producers, and that we can include them in our channels. Someone mentioned the price also, and the producers mentioned that all this is very complicated logistic-wise, and how to reach the consumer, how to manage these systems. It is a very complicated world for them, and this means a barrier. So more expensive, higher prices. This difficulty to have access, lack of trust. These would be the main factors in distribution, the main barriers. COVID, coronavirus. What have we seen lately? 37% say that consumers are more aware and they have bought more local produce. In the distributors, 31% detected an increase in the purchase, and then the great distribution channels mentioned that there was like a boom and of these online products produce, and they had to give an answer to this demand. And as for the producers, also talked about this 5% increase of their sales. So the pandemic, this situation has had a good impact on these local products. And let me finish. Which are the expectations for the future? Which are the opportunities? And also, what can we do? Origin as a value, proximity as an added value, in order to obtain the best and with more accessibility, and also the distribution says that in the following yes, this added value can mean something positive, and with a substitution process on the shelves. And in some surveys, they said that the bigger companies are pressing us so that our products should be more in the shelves. And then the producers that say that 14%, there will be an increase of 14% of proximity produce. And let me finish with this. These are very brief details, but it is fully accessible for you in our website, and we will be able to complement this data. And I just wanted to thank all of you for your work in Prodeca and the department so that this event takes place. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ramon.
Well, I don't have anything to do. Everyone is on time. It's been very interesting, this value of proximity and the added value to consumers, distributors, and producers. First of all, let me introduce myself because I didn't do it before, and you might be wondering who I am. I'm Clara Sánchez-Castro. I'm a journalist, and I'm going to be your MC today. I will be hosting this session, and I'm going to give you the summaries of the presentations to have this continuity throughout the day. Let me give you a roadmap of these 2 days, of this day, sorry. We have 4 blocks, 3 speeches, an interview, and a round table. At the end of each block, we will ask you to contribute so that we have a bidirectional dialogue. And we can do this through WhatsApp. We have a phone number you will see on the screen, 677-254-520. You will see it on the screen. And I would be happy if you share what's going on today through the social media through our hashtag Fòrum Catalan Food. Please include this tag on your social media. Those who are following these sessions online, we have simultaneous interpreting, English, Catalan, Catalan, English. You can use the link if you need it. And since in this forum we value breaks, and we will give you a lot of time for breaks. The first one will be after block 2, after the round table. We will have a coffee break. It will be 40 minutes break. And at the end of the block 4, we will have a lunch break. This will be a lunch based on Catalan cuisine made by Catalan companies. I've seen the menu, and it's a luxury menu. It's a Catalan food luxury. It is clear that the increasing consumption of local and proximity products is here to stay. So we need to bear this in mind. In the following block, we will be presenting you the opportunities of the sector. Everything we have said, let's move this to the food, agri-food sector. Can we be local and growth at the same time? It might seem contradictory, but is it possible? Can we be everywhere without losing our essence? This emotional storytelling incorporated in proximity produce is important in the buying decision. So we will be answering this question through Joan Riera from Kantar Worldpanel. His company is a world leader in data and consulting with more than 3,500 experts servicing more than 60 countries. Most of you might know him. He took part in the first edition of our forum, and he's here today again. Joan, welcome. We will be following your speech, local food from trend to purchase driver. Thank you, Clara. Thank you for inviting me to this event. Answering your first question, yes, you can grow and still be local. What I would like to say is to give you another point of view on this, another take on this, why proximity is important and why are consumers seeking proximity. We have a lot of data at Kantar, and we can obtain conclusions that allow you to grow. This data comes from a collaboration with 12,000 households, which report to us their daily purchases. And with this data, we try to understand what consumers do and why they do it, to obtain recommendations for our customers that can be actionable and that allow them to grow. In order to do this, I have divided my speech in 3 blocks, in 3 parts. The first part, I will try to show why we prefer local produce and brands. The second block will talk about the barriers. And finally, I will give you a recommendation to grow and to have a greater consumer base. Let's begin with a survey we've been doing for the last 10 years with the top seller brands in Catalonia and also in Spain. These are the top sellers. It depends on what category you work on. You have more possibilities to be chosen first, but I have highlighted those that are not local or those that depend from big multinationals. But if you count them, more than half of them of these top sellers are national brands or brands that consumers perceive as national. The second conclusion of this survey is that when we divide this ranking between food and hygiene products, and we highlight those that are local or those that belong to a multinational, clearly anything related to beauty products is globalized. There's a huge pressure to globalize these brands because of the economies of scale. But this is not so in the food sector because it is more rooted to customs and tradition. We've seen releases coming from the UK, Germany, that had great success in those countries, but didn't have success here in Catalonia. And this is because there is not a link between the consumer with that product, or maybe this product is not rooted in local traditions. But this is just a static overview. But I would like to show you that proximity and local origin is a purchase driver, is a driver for consumers. And we say so because based on an analysis we have carried out, more than 70% of these categories, small producers are growing. They're increasing their market share. Therefore, that means that consumers are looking for these products. We started this before the pandemic, and the pandemic accelerated these trends and changed all consumption habits. So this figure is more valid before the pandemic. This analysis includes 60 categories, and out of these 60 categories represent 85% of our purchase or shopping basket. It is complicated to identify which producers are local or not, and we discriminated the top producers among each category, which represent 27.4%. We had ruled out, we set them aside. We also set aside private labels, which represent 42% of our shopping basket, and we were left with the remaining 30%, which is our small producers with different origins and sizes, but they were basically local products, and depending on the category, they were more or less, but the proximity is hard to define. Proximity is a concept that's hard to define. And the perception of proximity is not the same in Catalonia or in Madrid or Galicia or any other country. This group of producers was growing, was doubling in size compared to other brands, and they add value to the market because they have the price is above average, so the consumers are ready to pay more for them. They reach different family targets or household targets. They reach small families, older people, and they are distributed through more regional or proximity supermarkets or markets. So they have a higher or stronger social impact. To finish my first block, I would like you to take away two figures. Here you have a historic evolution that answers the question, I like to buy local. And if we go back to 2010, this figure was 62%. This has been accelerating in the recent years, but you might say so, but then you need to do it, and not always we find this connection. And I'm going to give you two figures. We love proximity and origin, but 40% of what we buy in general is private label. We have local distribution brands, but it's more complicated where the product comes from when there's not a brand behind it. Or let me give you the example of kiwis. 76% of households in Spain buy kiwis on a daily basis, and they are not a local product precisely, and it's not very sustainable to bring them here. So beyond proximities, there are other drivers, other forces that determine what we buy. And we must not overlook these drivers. And this leads me to my second block. The lack of time can go against proximity and local products. We saw price and added value and health benefits as added values, but lack of time can go against this trend. So you might have seen this graphic. Time is the biggest seller. Time moves market more than health or pleasure or leisure or sustainability. Time is the main driver. And here is the amount of, or the percentage of population or consumers who are ready to buy ready-to-use products. And this percentage is increasing more and more. So the trend is to increase. This means that time is the main purchase driver. We need to continue to produce local products. We need to continue to produce them, of course, but we must not overlook that time is a limiting factor, and that can go against the sale of proximity products. We've analyzed this during the last 10 years, and we've seen a decrease in the percentage of people that like going shopping. And this was pretty different in previous generations when more time was devoted to purchasing specific products, or how many people is ready to walk a little further to go to a specific supermarket or market to find specific product. And this is a decreasing trend because we need more time. This implies that we go less and less times to the supermarket. The purchase frequency is decreasing throughout the year, throughout these years. People go to a supermarket, to the deli store, but the frequency and the amount of trips you do to a supermarket is decreasing. During the pandemic, this changed a little bit because we had more time, but in 2022, this trend continues to go down. This doesn't mean that we buy less. It means that we buy more in fewer stores. So the blue figure, the discount supermarket, has been increasing, and this is in detriment of specialized stores. Now people is concentrating their purchase in one single supermarket. If I'm selling a local product, but I'm not present in those distribution channels, I have a problem because I will have less exposure to the end consumer. With this exercise, what we wanted to show you is that you might have a romantic idea that your local product is different, that people is going to make an effort to purchase your product and go to a specialty store. But let me show you, this is not as easy as it might seem. Let's see this graphic. We see the purchasers in Mercadona, Carrefour, or Dia supermarkets, and on the horizontal line, where they're buying this. So this 55.7 out of loyal buyers of Mercadona, when they buy in Mercadona, they spend 55% of their budget in distribution brands. In contrast, Carrefour buyers spend 30% in distribution brands. This is based on thinking that your local products will require, the purchaser will do an extra effort to buy local products, is because you think your product is special, but this doesn't happen because otherwise consumers wouldn't spend that amount of their budget in Mercadona. And the other way around, when a purchaser of Mercadona or consumer would purchase around 30%, but this is not so. What's happening is that we behave as other consumers. We buy depending on what we find in the store. Might seem obvious, but this is very powerful. That means that Carrefour customers devote 60%. When they go to Mercadona, they devote 60% to distribution brands. So if I'm not present in Mercadona, I will be losing that sale. Why is that? Well, because when we look into the purchase drivers, how people choose where they're going to do their purchase, the first one and the third one are related to time. First one is proximity, I want to do it fast, and the possibility to shop everything in one purchasing act. But the main driver is time. I want to do it fast and buy everything in one go. It is true that probably e-commerce can break some of the rules of the game we know today. For example, the subscriber model, which in the food market is not very developed. But if we think of all the data we have available to do today, and you say your household buys 10 liters of milk every week. So I make a deal with you, and I give you 10 liters of milk every week, and in exchange you will have convenience or a special price. With this, we might break some rules of the game, because the producer is taking this product to the household. But we're still far from that. This is figures of how many people today is buying through online channels. Only 36.4% of households. This is low, you might think. If I analyze your figures, we could have a higher percentage, but you're not representatives. Only 2.9% of large consumption is sold through e-commerce. This increased through the pandemic, of course, and this was a possibility to have easy access to products at home, from home. But when the economy recovers its normal situation, this trend goes down. And we only do this 7 times a year through online channels. So we're very far from that. But if you think that you're interested in working on this channel, let me show you the market shares of different categories regarding e-commerce. We have bread, fish, meats, fruit, dairy products or cold meats, preserves, and beverages. Why this is increasing as we move to the right? Well, because behind this, we find a brand. These are branded products as we move to the right. Fish products are not branded. as brands have a higher weight, the easier it is to gain the trust of consumers so that they purchase online. And on the right side, you have beverages, branded products, everything is packed. So if we want to sell online and we are fresh product producers, we need to generate trust through branding. This trust can be obtained through the distributor, but if the distributor is not doing this job, we need to do this through a branding exercise. We can, you might think in brands of kiwis, melons, but other fresh products that don't have brand generate less trust. So we can only grow if we are local. We can only grow if we have more buyers. This is obvious, of course, but maybe not so. In business schools, tell us that you have two ways of growing: having more customers or having your loyal customers buying more to you. But this second aspect does not exist. This doesn't work. This doesn't allow you to grow. The only way to grow, the only proven way is to have more customers. And this has implications. And we see a lot of marketing plans when we see loyalty promotions, loyalty cards. But the figures tell us that when we do this, brands don't grow. So let me show you a figure that's related with the survey I showed you before for small producers. This is a global survey, and this includes all the categories we have analyzed based on whether or not they're able to gain more customers and whether or not they can achieve a greater market share. What we see is that categories that have greater penetration are those that have a gain market share. 80% of them follow this rule. So your growth strategies or branding strategies need to focus on not increasing the volume purchased by your current customers, but gaining more customers. And to give you an example of this, I give you the example of La Fageda, this dairy product producer. We've been working with them for many years, and I personally took on this account back in 2005. And I remember the first conversations we had with them. In order to maintain what we have, we need to grow. They said we need more volume to create more jobs, which is really good for the territory. But how can we do this? We're not sure whether or not we should enter large distribution. For example, distributing through Mercadona, where at a time where Mercadona was growing a lot with a very different model as La Fageda. So they started selling through Mercadona, and they had a lot of success. And 6 years later, we had this debate again with another supermarket, with Dia. Should we start selling through Dia? Our recommendation was, yes, do it, because if you will have a higher reach. But we have doubts on the brand position. You have to sell it through this, and they are distributing through Aldi, Lidl, and observe the curve of the brand. They have multiplied by 4 the amount of households purchasing this brand. Not only because they started to use large distribution, but also because they created more brands, more products. So the way to go is to increase your penetration. This is an example on how you can grow without losing your essence of a proximity brand. So let me give you three takeaways. Proximity is a clear purchase driver, but it's not the only one. We cannot rely on this alone. We need to establish a connection with the end consumer, and small brands grow in 17% of the categories. Why? Because they are more nimble. They have a better connection with the needs of the consumer. The second one is that the lack of time goes against proximity products. Therefore, we need to go beyond the specialized channels, because the trend is for this channel to lose weight among the consumers, because we purchase more in less goes. And the only way to grow is to gain more consumers. So we need to increase our points of sales to reach more consumers and to cover more needs of these consumers. This might imply distributing through large distribution and through internet, but through a strong brand. And this is all. Thank you so much.
Joan, please don't leave. And you are following the schedule. Well done, all you guys. And talking about proximities, when we ask us about what people do and what people think they do, and we are talking about proximity, and we are talking about local food, and we are talking about this added emotional value, right? This connection, this relationship, and also being able to connect with people. So thank you very much, Joan. So local food is more than a trend. And it is a transforming driver. And with this a transforming mindset, and we are going to listen to Mila. She is a founder of Eatable Adventures, connecting emerging disruptive companies with associations, investors to build the food companies of the future. Mila, whenever you want. What happened with Maria Biscuit in San Francisco? Also, these emotional link with food. The consumption, the proximity consumption, and also Maria Biscuits were something very important in San Francisco to me. And I'm going to explain it to you right now. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having invited me to be here today. And I'm going to talk about the future. And it is very important to talk about the future. And I would like to start with this anecdote in San Francisco. Summertime, I had a 4-year-old and he was used to Maria biscuits, and in San Francisco there are no Maria biscuits, nothing similar. I went to all the supermarkets, I went to all the retail shops, there were no Maria biscuits. My last option was to Google Maria biscuits in San Francisco, and I saw this store. I am from Galicia, so it was a Galician store with Colacao products and also Maria biscuits. The most expensive Maria biscuits I've bought, but you know, it made my day. And I started buying things from Galicia. I live in Madrid, but I still buy products from Galicia, and I buy in a Galician supermarket in Madrid. So we have an emotional connection with food, don't we? So what do we do in Eatable? So why can't we talk about the future and Eatable? We work with the startups, with the small companies, with a high technological component that are transforming the way food is produced, and also the origins and the distribution. And the goal would be to build these companies of the future, and we help these startups to receive funding and also to work with many companies. So we have this connection task. Also, the generation of a big community made of 25,000 members everywhere. And also how food tastes and how technology can be used, and also this connection between technology and flavor, because flavor is vital, is something we eat and has to be good and taste good, and also this source of knowledge and of ideas and how this sector is evolving. We are also working with different corporations, with some companies that are in different parts of the world, and this gives us a very interesting point of view of what's in the market, where we need to go, and also a very business-based, business-focused mindset, because we need to generate business. This is our main idea. So working with these corporations allows us to have this access. And we also go to the startups, the small startups that are trying to grow using different incubating or accelerating programs in a very starting point, and also the ones that are already established, and we help them and boost their value proposals to make it grow, and so that they can reach different spheres. And we also invest. We invest because we have our own investment fund that we are investing in these companies that are building the future of the food sector. And it is very focused on internet. Kill Balmas, Elon Musk brother, said this. Back in 2015, he said this in an event in Memphis, because he said that food has a weight, that is even heavier than software. So food is the new internet. This is what Kimball Musk said, and he is right. Food is the new internet, and we'll find out why. So his perspective is a perspective of an investor, and Kimball Musk is a chef, so he is a pundit, an expert in food. He's an investor in many food companies, but this is a key factor. So how investors, and I lived the explosion of internet and how internet has changed our lives, and how we are investing, and we'll see that it's gonna keep on growing. The transformation of food in the past has increased a lot, and we see how this is next year is going to grow even more, and then everything related to distribution and consumption. We have a lot of startups with the delivery, with the e-commerce, and many more. And we see most of the investment in the end of the value chain. And it is not only investment making the future of food. Consumers are also doing this and asking for more sustainability, and so that we are good not only with the planet but also with our communities. And we are also concerned about the health of consumers, and it's starting to be something important, and COVID has underpinned all this, because the consumer is looking for health, and this has led us to a revolution in protein. The consumption of alternative protein has increased, and an alternative protein to meat and fish, something we have seen related to channels. We see that these digital channels are just starting, but they are growing, and also the traceability. Consumer wants to know the origins of the food and what's the food they are eating and the impact of the food on the value chain. So what do we see? That sustainability has become the main growing driver of the transformation of the food industry. And it's not only European funds, it is many more things. And there is also a concern to work on sustainability. And what's going on? Well, the startups, these small companies with a high technological component and working on the future of food, and sustainability is starting to be the main axis in this value proposal. And only last year, we could analyze 2,200 projects all over the world. These projects 100% included the word sustainability in their value proposal. So this is key. The future is going towards sustainability. But these startups are not talking only about sustainability. So it's not only environmentally sustainable. I also want to be sustainable as a company. So this is the triple impact. Having this economic growth being feasible belongs to this sustainability model. So it's not only having an impact on the community, on the planet, it is also being sustainable economy-wise. So the origin of local aspects is a great proposal value, and it accompanies all this trend towards a more sustainable agriculture and agri-food system. First of all, seasonal food is food of flavor, a better organolepsis, it is a better product, and also with shorter supply chains. And we all see what's going on. So it's not only COVID, but all these different events all over the world that are making us to rethink everything and opening up a discussion about this supply chains. Also, what's good about local food, local produce? It's good for the local communities. So we are developing all these culturally, personally, and also safety, food safety. We need to be sure and we need to guarantee that food is accessible. We've seen that during the pandemic, there was not this type of safety. There was not a supply of many food. And now this local environment allows us to guarantee the supply of food. And there are some aspects that we see when we analyze projects of startups. We see that costs sometimes are not the most adequate ones. These are not. This is not the amount that the customers are want to pay and are willing to pay. And also, how can we build this internationalization model? We ask for exponential growth in a startup. So how can we overcome these geographical barriers? And we are talking about land, about surfaces. What happens if there is no enough land in order to justify this growth? And also, how can we connect with the local consumer? This connection that is far beyond marketing. It is an emotional connection. So we think that there are two lines that are going to coexist, and they are vital in order to guarantee the growth of all the companies, not only startups, but also existing companies working on food, in order to grow and in order to have a market and to multiply this market. So we can do it with technology, and we are going to see which other technologies we can use, our technology that will allow us to reduce costs, because sometimes we compete with a lot of producers, and these costs can be reduced thanks to the scalability. We can improve the productivity, we can standardize the production. It is something that concerns us a lot, more linked to agriculture, and also the relocation of the production. And being local all over the world. And we can not only talk about technology, but we need to have a business model that accompanies that technology, that will allow us to be scalable, having access to other markets, and also having other ways of revenue, other revenues ways, because we can discover that we can have other revenues, other way to get revenues, other revenues lines. So which are the technologies that we will use? We have this vertical and precision agriculture. It is a revolution, and we are going to give you some examples of startups working on these. We also have this precision fermentation, and it is difficult for me to explain technologies because I have an arts background, but it is like the fermentation of beer, but more advanced. We're talking about microorganisms, new processes that are natural, because fermentation is a natural process, and that will allow us to obtain sunflower oil without having a sunflower. And there are some companies that have access to this technology, and also cellular agriculture. There are some companies working with meat and protein. So reproducing meat in a lab will allow us to reduce this impact. And it is our technology that already exists. Also robotics. Robotics will have an impact not only on technologies, but also many other things, blockchain, that will allow us to offer a better traceability, this communication to the consumer about the origins, and also being more efficient and having data in order to make better decisions. And also all these direct models, these D2C models, this direct relationship with the consumer from the agricultures, from the farmers, and something that the consumers are demanding. And something I have already mentioned is that there are some moments in which oranges don't trouble, but technology troubles. So when we see that we don't have sunflower seeds, in order to have sunflower oil, we don't have wheat for some feed for the animals because Ukraine is blocked, or because there was no supply chain during COVID. There were some countries that didn't have this. Technology could trouble. Technology can trouble, and this is key in order to guarantee this food safety. This means that we need different business models. I studied business, and I was taught different things. Things are changing now. Technology has changed us, and we see some models that are in a network. So it's not only me in my territory, it's me together with others. I am growing, and this is a technological model. This decentralized production model. I am designing this product, and I can produce it in Czechia, and I can sell it in Czechia. And it is a similar product to a software, and also a license of a technology. And doing this sunflower oil through fermentation is our technology, and our customers is a big company, and it has been developed together with a startup, and they wanted to establish a license, and we want to produce this sunflower oil in different parts of the world using this technological model, receiving these revenues, extra revenues. And so we are not talking about these big factories, we are talking about small factories. And I can give you some examples of all this. And also using disruptive technology in order to develop a product that cannot be obtained here. For example, here we don't have cocoa. If we want to have a cocoa, we need to develop technology in order to produce cocoa here. So what we need is a combination of factors, and the collaboration is key. And this is what we have learned. And it is being applied in the industry. And how local things have an added value. Inform is a startup, and they developed this vertical farming, and they wanted to bring the lettuces to the supermarket, but it was not efficient. So they are doing production centers that are centralized, localized in different cities, and they want to build 100 factories in different capitals all over the world to provide vegetables to the citizens of these cities. This is a Spanish case. We are investing on this company, and it's not only producing these lettuces, but also hop. It is very expensive to produce. It comes from Czechia and from many other regions in Europe, but there is no hop production here in Europe. So we have developed an indoor hop of better quality and producing 25 times more, and it is produced close to the factory. So the footprint is minimal, the carbon footprint is minimum, and the CO2 The CO2 produced can be then injected in the production plant of the hop, because it makes the plants grow better. So we are having a negative carbon footprint. It's a Spanish footprint. So as I said, micro factories. So if we want to bottle milk, or that this milk is produced in different farms that can be collected and brought to another place, we are substituting all these. We are creating very small factories that are inside the farms. This is a Russian startup, and they are pasteurizing the milk, they pack it, and then you have access to this dairy product in 48 hours. And then what happens with pigs? How can we have a more efficient pig farm? And it is not only abided by the standards, but many other things. This is the startup Pigs, giving information about the pigs, and also giving us solutions through technology to increase the efficiency of our farm. So we are talking about robotics. This is Tortuga Tech, and they are doing robots. These robots do rounds in the factories, and they give information. It is, they allow us to improve the efficiency. And this is another startup in France that has generated a lot of discussion, producing foie in a lab. They have a problem with sustainability with the animals producing foie. So Gourmet, this company, makes foie through a cellular reproduction process. So we can do this foie in France, and we can do this foie all over the world with the same organolepsis. And I've been in Paris in a fair of agriculture, and they were talking about this, about how to do foie in a lab, but they are doing it. They are really doing it. Or, for example, they are doing cocoa. This is a picture of a chocolate box, and it was the first cocoa generated in a lab. And I didn't try it, but my team tried it, and nobody died. So that's the first step in any case. But they are doing this cocoa. Now it comes from Latin America, and these companies are European, and they are generating cocoa components in the lab. So the flavor and the taste the same. So traceability, the importance of traceability. This is our French startup, Connecting Food, and they do traceability and sustainability through blockchain. They help companies to communicate to their consumers about their traceability and what happened to the product, the origins of the product, and to guarantee the origins and the quality of what we are eating. But it's not only the technology to generate products, it's also to make our crops better. And now this is our proposal. It is a fertilizer that does not use artificial fertilizer. It's naturally based, using fermentation, and it is doing it in a better way for the planet, better productivity, better flavor, and and not depending on elements coming from hydrocarbons or gas. And Cortelia is an Italian startup, and they are an amazing team, and they also give a lot of importance to origin, proximity, etc. And it is one of the biggest marketplace in Italy. It was born 7 years ago, and now they are launching their own distribution brand. They have their own brand, but with local Italian product. So what do I have to do in order to grow from the local and from the proximity? First of all, I need to define what's local and what's proximity, because it can be 100, it can be 1,000 or 10,000. And this is going to give us a framework. And once we have decided what's local to us, if it's 10,000 kilometers, we need to think about these network models. We need to think about the technology that will allow us to be more efficient, to be scalable as well. And something that is key is collaboration, as I said before. In order to get into the market and have new models, we need to work with others. And for example, companies that are in Latin America, selling in France, in the United Kingdom, thanks to the collaboration with other regions, or investing in startups and also starting to get into the market. And they are doing it through collaboration processes or investment processes. And something we always recommend to startups and to companies in between is to accompany the companies. So it's not doing a big investment, it's doing things step by step. And also, someone is asking us for calçots, for Catalan onions from the International Space Station. Let's see if we can bring them calçots.
Thank you, Mila. I'm asking Joan Riera to come up on the stage because we have some questions we have received through WhatsApp. Let me summarize a little bit what they explained. Joan, talking about local foods, said that you can be local and still grow. You just need to find new consumers. Origin is a purchasing driver and a powerful one at it. Lack of time can go against proximity. And we saw these figures that we're going less and less frequently to purchase, and we try to concentrate our purchases. And that we buy it based on what we find at the store. Because, and for me, which is going to a supermarket is a hobby for me. And you end up adapting to what a supermarket is offering. And talking about branding, local proximity products need to work on that, on this, personalizing this brand, because we need to know what's behind the product. Many of the names Joan was showing before, they generated trust, memories. We know who's behind that brand, and this is something that proximity products are lacking. Mila was talking about food, saying that food is the new internet, and five features: sustainability, protein revolution. And did you see the faces in the audience about when we were talking about sunflower seed oil, traceability, proximity, helping local products grow? Did you try the foie? Did you get to try it? You didn't try the chocolate. Anyone? did try the foie. Yeah, it tastes very good. We have tried steaks that were 3D printed with lab-generated meat, and they taste very good. So a 3D printed steak. What do you think about this, Joan? What would you choose, chocolate foie or meat? Well, maybe we could change the wording if I hear printing lab, but if you say it is good, maybe it's a different narrative. Food cannot travel, but technology can travel. So business models and proximity-based business model go through this networking, decentralizing production. And growth is a combination of technology and new business models. Joan, a question for you regarding the current role of e-commerce in the food sector. How can e-commerce help proximity labels? I mentioned this in my intervention. It can break some rules of the game by approaching the end consumer directly. We're far from that now, but it is a means to reach the end consumer and skip some of the barriers we have today. The internet allows us to do this, but we cannot be naive and think that the consumer is going to access a different website to buy every different product, because it's a matter of time saving. And so this can change the rules of the game, and it will do it eventually. We need to take advantage of this opportunity and create branding with, especially with fresh products, because we need to touch them, we want to feel them, and that's where branding has a role to play. Mila, you were talking about technological models, and it was a bit of a surprise for us in the current conflict situation affecting the agri-food sector now, and it will in the future. Which technological model do you recommend for medium-sized companies and small-sized companies, such as startups and proximity producers? I would recommend collaboration. Technology is something that needs time to be developed, and we are at a time that we need to do it fast. So we are seeing these alliances growing more and more with the pandemic, and what I recommend now is alliances with a startup that has the technology, and the collaboration with the startup would allow the startup to grow and the medium or small size company also to grow. Sometimes we think that only big companies can invest in technology, but we believe that small companies can also do incredible things with technology, because they've taken years to prepare this technology, or maybe because they are collaborating with other startups that have the possibility to offer products such as sunflower seed oil without having sunflower seeds. And what they've done is also to license that technology. So the technology is there, and you can use it to scale your business up and to have access to this. This is the future. We don't have time for more questions. Thank you, Joan, Riera of Kantar Worldpanel, and Mila Valcárcel. Mila Valcárcel the pronunciation is complicated. Mila, she's the director of Eatable Adventures. Thank you for being here, and see you in a few minutes. A big applause for them, please. Things are going to start to happen here on the stage, and while these things happen, I'm going to tell you more about today's session. Distribution adds value to local and proximity products, but not only that, it is an important competitive product with a long margin for improvement and development. The pandemic had caused an acceleration of this trend. During the pandemic, 37% of consumers have bought more local produce, and due to this emotional added value, supporting local producers. So remember, we were in a lockdown. We couldn't go out. It sounds like science fiction, but we've lived this. I couldn't get out of my village, so we had to rediscover small businesses. Proximity purchases are choosing the model of society they want to choose. That's why most Catalan consumers give value to proximity products in their shopping basket. It is a powerful marketing element to create these links with consumers looking for better ways to work with producers and also seeking new ways to offer the products through sale channels. We will be talking with the procurement responsible for many brands. We will have with us Víctor Asensio, José Carrasco, Joan Sabartes. This roundtable will be moderated by Pablo de la Rica, head of the knowledge, retail and food area of iCook. How are you, Pablo? It is a pleasure being here. Thank you, Prodeca. Thank you, Clara, for your introduction, which is going to reinforce what's the messages we've learned from the first block. What happened with our speakers? You have to be patient before you see it, because Pablo has a lot to tell us. He will give us a 10-minute speech to focus ourselves on this concept of seduction of local products. It is indispensable for consumers. It's more important than ever. Thank you, Clara. Let me give you a bit of context of what's going on and take stock of the insights that have been coming up. Consumers are prioritizing healthy food and sustainable food. As Joan said, this focus on fresh products and healthy, sustainable products and sustainable local products, which are indispensable. The first idea I want to share with you is that it is not something new. This trend has been developing for decades. It is true that in the last 24 months, things have changed a lot. We use terms such as black swan, gray, rhinoceros. Things have changed that made us aware of our vulnerability, and we need to live the day because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and consumers are more and more aware. And this is not a trend, it's a change in our set of values, which brands need to attend, because consumers are aware now of their vulnerability and the importance and the implications of nutrition in their health. They want to invest in their nutrition without overlooking their environment. We could combine consumer and humanist to have consumerist, which is an individual who becomes a citizen being involved with the planet and the rest of society. Being a consumer was something to be proud of, but today this is no longer the case. It's just the opposite. We talk about ecological shame, and distribution and brands need to give a response to this trend, an integral response. This is not the work of a single department. Organizations need to change and adapt to give a response to this activist consumer, an informed, and now it's an activist consumer. And they look for companies that are committed. Distributors are aware of this, they commit, this is a transparent plan. Over time, the road is not it's not short, it's a long-term process. And one of the top, these 5 distributors said, we need consumers to invite us again to their conversations, to regain the trust of the consumers. And this can only be done by focusing on absolute transparency, absolute honesty and traceability, and humbly working on a medium long-term project. All of them are doing this. This consumer, if we've seen from the figures, makes an effort to consume healthier products, and consumers are committed to this, focusing on fresh products, and they are buying more and more fresh products and more local products. Consumers are emotionally attached to this sort of products. This is our environment, our history, and therefore we have a supporting role to protect this environment, this tradition, because we want it to survive and we want to support it at an economic level. So consumers are buying more and more proximity products. We are seeing this in all surveys. These consumers who want to take care of their health without affecting the environment understands that this product needs to be supplied sustainably. So the importance of packaging, for example, and the implication for all distributors. All distributors are looking for more sustainable packaging, streamlining this packaging, because fresh products have cost limitations, traceability limitations, and also the values associated to brands. So consumers are looking into these committed brands. And if we talk about benchmark distributors, fresh products are the protagonists here. We have some examples of different continents, and they all have something in common. Their focus on fresh products. This is the flagship products that go to a store, and in the case of Grand Frais, which is the most popular chain in France, and all the consumers are focusing on fresh products, Whole Foods, Frutti in Brazil, and Majorica here in we analyze in business schools. For large distribution, fresh products are still interesting because they can increase in value. In the last 20 years, they have been capturing this market share of traditional shops, but it is still a block, a part of them, a segment, a key ingredient for something which is fundamental, which is differentiation and frequency. John mentioned this before. We're going less frequently to buy, to do our purchases. So fresh products are a driver because they give you a differentiating element in a very non-profitable segment. Mila was talking about the future, so let me talk about the future myself as well. In the United States or China, we're seeing the case of JD with 7Fresh and the case of Amazon. They're all using technology, and it appears that technology is the main actor, but it's not. It's not the protagonist. The protagonists are fresh products. They use the word fresco in the name of the brand 7Fresh. Technology is a facilitator so that the fresh product is the protagonist, providing access to traceability, access to all the information the customer is requiring. They want to know the producer, they want to focus on local products. And the mecca of brands, where brands are so and so important, and through packaging and trade actions, they can reach consumers. Even those are focusing on bulk products in order to not to lose the branding. Because plastic 2 years ago was something that was linked to fresh products, and consumers were demanding a reduction in the amount of plastic used to wrap fresh products. So they're working on plans to reduce their plastic packaging, using less and less plastic, using more and more recycled plastic, having more bulk products, which is really difficult to do. And all the operators are trying to do this, and this is an extreme case. Waitrose is changing on a daily basis the amount of products they sell on in bulk. So this is a midterm process project, and consumers see this evolution. So they want to focus on ultra freshness. This concept is very interesting to gain trust. When we talk about freshness, they take this concept to the limit, up to the point of installing vertical farms, as in the case of Catalan with InFarm, this urban agriculture with aquaponia, and the various flagships that are opening in the country. And also here in Spain, we have initiatives in that direction. And some distributors take this to a more fun side, so that the consumer can pick their own fruits, focusing on local producers. So this focus is made apparent. This is the case of Lidl in France with actions so that returning the price to the producers, or giving up the space of the farms and various producers to the farmers, with in exchange for a commitment to have a greater flexibility, and also giving up the pickup point, so that to allow direct sale from the producer to the end consumer. Or also this fun aspect, making it circular. We need to take this concept a little bit further. We see a supermarket where there's aquaculture, farming, the water is collected to water the vegetables. It's a circular process. And it is not enough with being local. We need to be super local. And let me tell you an example by Ubesco BM, which I think it goes in these lines. We need to focus more and more, taking this to an extreme. With this context, let me ask the three distributors that are here today with us, Joan, Victor, and Jose, to come up to the stage. Let me introduce Jose. Thank you for being here. He's responsible of local strategies of Carrefour in Catalonia. Carrefour is an international French distributor with presence in our market for more than 50 years, focusing on leading the food transition and making this food accessible, focusing on fresh products. Thank you, Jose. Thank you for your invitation. Victor Asensio is from the purchase manager of Aldi. Aldi is one of the main distributors here. It's a discount chain focusing on quality products at the best price. He works with local suppliers and international suppliers as well, with a huge commitment with fresh products through their private label, with more than around 500 products. Thank you for inviting us. And Joan Sabartés, operations manager of Group Bonpreu. Bonpreu is the reference distributor in Catalonia with around 200 shops and is recognized because of their commitment to fresh products and Catalan products. We're lucky to have you all because you have complementary approaches to what we are talking about, to giving a response to consumers who are looking for more fresh products, healthier products, more sustainable products, and consumers who are more demanding and who are more informed in a complex context that we have been living during the last 2 years. How do you see the behavior of consumers? Are they really purchasing more fresh products? Yes, I think you're right. Consumers today are more demanding, and they know, they are aware what's going on in the market, and in the current context. There's been a change in the trends where health is now a fundamental element of nutrition. And recently, it used to be a less important point, but now has become more important. People want to know the origin, all the process it goes through, all the actions that a product implies, and this is fundamental in the purchase decision. Fresh products have always been important because it's the basic composition of the shopping basket, but recently there's been an important trend towards fresh products. And there's also another variable that makes fresh products grow, which is everything related to gastronomy and famous chefs. There's a lot of foodies and great professionals both in Catalonia and Spain. This has also fostered this trend, and people is cooking more at home, for example. You have more than 500 fresh products in your store, so you give a response to those consumers that want to consume more fresh products and proximity products. How important, this is how important you believe that is. That's right, we have a short range, but within this short range, around 40% of our references are fresh products. There's been a change in the trends we have been observing during the last 2 years. Our customers used to buy 5 or 6 fresh products, and now they're purchasing 8 out of 10 products are fresh products. So we try to respond to that by increasing our number of references in the product of fresh, in the range of fresh products. This cross-sectional model we have is a multinational model we use in all our countries throughout the years. Is complicated to adapt to the specialties of each region, but we try to do it. We're working on that, trying to be more and more local. So congratulations for this progress in fresh products in the shopping basket. How's your response to this new type of consumer? Because I want to talk about this emotional link, so important today with brands and distributors, this engagement by the customers. What's your opinion, being a regional local distributor? How do you work on this emotional link, focusing on proximity local products, which is not something new in your case? How are you working on that?
Well, basically, in the case of Bonpreu, it's the emotional proximity what we are looking for. I don't know if people want healthier food, but what we are looking for is this emotional proximity. So it's not only healthy eating, and I fully disagree with the others, but I think that what's happening in the past is going back to the origins. And sometimes we see these vertical farms, and I don't think this is going back to the origins. I think that people want to feel want to feel that they can find in the city what they can find in the villages, and they want to have close to their home what they can find in the countryside. So beers, wines, fruits, vegetables, of people they know, people they get to know. So this narrative behind the product, this is storytelling behind the product. And we need to get to know the producers of the country. We are a supermarket chain based on Catalonia and very linked to the producer and deeply rooted in the territory. And we look for a product that are proximity products, going back to basics, and these can be linked to health or not, because a good example would be the explosion of ratafia alcohol. This is spirit. It is not a very healthy product. It's not a healthy beverage, but you know, it is linked to this idea of emotional linking, of going back to origins. We start drinking ratafia again and drinking local beers again. So it's not very healthy, but you know, and we as a Catalan retailer, we always try and look for products from the territory, and we always look for proximity, and we have approximately 1,600 SKUs that are very local, and others are not local. The menjar blanc from Reus, the rice from Delta de l'Ebre. There are a lot of products that come from the region. Olive oil from Priorat, from Valles, from Bages. So this is what we have. So going back to origins, and also products that the consumer recognizes. I wanted to ask you, this consumer looking for transparency and traceability and more information, how are you working on offering that? It is a demand from the consumers. Consumers want the distributors to give information about this. Sometimes it's very difficult to convey this information. How are you doing that? When on our hand in Carrefour, we've been working on fresh products and local products since the beginning. and the bigger companies. We have helped the big companies to grow. And it is true that this traceability is really a demand. And we are doing this communication, helping the producers and the manufacturers. We do meetings with them. We've been pioneers in launching blockchain in fresh products, and also this traceability that we have since the origin. And with all that the legislation is asking us for, this commitment with this communication with the customer. So we are talking with the customers, and we are talking about fresh products, and we inform and communicate, and we want to know what they are asking for. Transparency and how healthy the product is, how it is produced, and also in packaged product. And this is what we are working on. And we do meetings with customers, we inform them, and transparency. And they also give us hints about the things we can improve. And the consumer is the one communicating the trends. And this is what we are doing, a lot of communication. Well, thank you very much. So from Aldi, what are you doing? Well, we have two different mindsets about traceability. One would be what Jose mentioned of these labels showing origins and appellations of origin, the traceability in certification. We try and guarantee the traceability of the product using these international certifications, and the traceability from the origin to the certification. And we look for this cross-section of certifications that can complement the origin, the proximity, and also being transparent with very clean labels, so to say. The origin of the product, the number of the batches, the certificate. We try to match our multinational model with this local transparency, this simplification, yes, despite the complexities of the business. We are going to talk about sustainability later on, and in Bonpreu with very proximity products. How can you convey this information to the consumer and the values of the product? Well, with traceability, we are all obliged to do the traceability by law. And this is standardized, and we have some protocols in order to have everything well controlled, because all distribution companies are obliged to do this traceability and communicate it, and communicating the origin of the product is something we have to do. And I think that with the documentation and with the producers is easier now. And there is some uniformity and homogeneous, and it's homogeneous, the batches. And in Bonpreu, we show the proximity products in our shelves, and also other added values like appellation of origin, and also our own private label. Terra y Dust, is linked to the region. So now we are talking about adaptation because we have seen it in Ramon's mapping that fresh products are important for the consumers, and also how are you making these things evolving with all the complications in the different models? How are you doing it? You see an evolution? Well, it is constant, and it is true that when you are well advanced and that you have your categories all covered, it is difficult to incorporate things because you are incorporating products that are very similar to the products that you already have. There can be some sort of cannibalization. So we are very minimalistic when doing that, when introducing product, but we are always open. And we listen to what the customers say with all this information and what's their demand. Sometimes the brand, small brands, and they say there is a product, this brand that is very good. So we are always open. We talk to the producer and we see if it is possible to work with them. Sometimes there is no enough capabilities to give a product to all our supermarkets, right? So we have approximately 200 stores in Catalonia, and we cannot have everything in all our stores. So sometimes we reach specific agreements. In this store, we are going to offer this product, but we help them keep on growing because this is the goal, helping them to grow. And many of the Catalan producers that are distributing at national, international level started with us. So it's a constant growth of the local products. In fresh products, and it's a little different because brands are not that important with vegetables, fruits, and fish. But it is true that products change. There are innovations, new formulas, and new origins, because the Catalan region is an important producer of fruits, and we are helping producers to export outside Catalonia. And Victor, these fresh produces are a growing trend, and it is also to offer the fresh produces, the fresh produce to the consumer in the supermarket. How are you doing it in your supermarket, introducing local products? Well, we have two development lines. 5 or 10% of the assortment has to be regional specialities. We are talking about local produces, Catalan products. And then another part would be relocating the supply service. When we started the new process in Aldi with our expansion and the opening of new shops, we moved from a pool of providers of 200, and now we have 450 providers. We are trying to relocate national references and focus on regional products. So we try to localize a regional producer that offers these products in the specific regions. And we are a very important private label, and we try to adapt to the reality of the market. So we have these 2 points. On the one hand, these local delicatessen, local specialities, and then on the other hand, we expand the pool of producers and getting closer to local producers through our private label. And you work in local product with kilometer zero. So how can you convey this value? How are you developing it? Because many of the sections are anonymous. So this prescription of the shop, of the supermarket, so that consumers can act as prescribers. And sometimes it is difficult to build a brand with this anonymity. How are you developing it? How can we convey this information when you bet for a differential product with a better quality? It is difficult to convey this information. So fresh products, proximity products help to contribute with this. Yeah, I can give you an example actually that clarifies this. For example, we have a rustic golden apple. It is an old variety. It's called Rossetti, and it is difficult to commercialize this ancient type of apple from apple, and we are selling it very well. And it is a very specific cultivar, and it is not as beautiful as the traditional golden, but it has a specific flavor. And we try to do the same things with other products. And our commitment is this. And Bonpreu, we think that our responsibility is not only buying and sell, it is also making the agri-food sector of Catalonia grow. And as we strongly believe this, we sell products from our region. This is why the proximity products have into account the difficulties of volume, of service, of technology. And sometimes we are very specialized. And in Catalonia, we have big professionals, but not a lot of distributors knowing how the chain works, right? So we have a great producers of cheese, but then they don't know how to sell it to the supermarkets. And I can go to the street market and sell my cheese, but how am I supposed to reach the big supermarket? And I think that our responsibility is to help these producers to make this step, to take this step forward. And we are a distribution company, and this helps us to tell the consumers that most of the fruits and vegetables come from Catalonia, and we reinforce this idea, and people believe us. And a part of our power, so to say, our strength, is the credibility when we sell fresh products, because we've been doing it for many, many years. And how can you convey this value to the consumer? Because it is enough, it is not enough with the point of sale. We need to use all the channels. How are you doing it? And how can we use all the channels and choosing these messages and also informing. And there is an important part, the training of our teams, and we approximately 7,000 1,000 collaborators in fresh products doing training courses about local products, regional products, and Catalan products. How can we inform and communicate the customer about its qualities and its nutritional values, gastronomy values, and also from Las Glorias supermarket, we have a school so that all the teams in Catalonia train about how they can communicate the customers about proximity products, fresh products, proximity products. And apart from the training, we have the signaling in the store that the customer can identify it, and also bringing the producers to the store to sell their products, mostly during the weekend. It is fundamental, good training so that they are good prescribers of the product. I wanted to ask you about sustainability and the products that you have in the vegetables and the fruits department. This bulk offers more sustainable packaging, being transparent to the consumer. It is a recycled plastic, for example, in our bags, because the consumer wants to take care of the environment. How are you developing it? So in this change of the strategy, we have these in Catalonia, and we have goals for 2025 so that our packagings are sustainable or reusable. This is our goal as a group, and these are the categories that are the most important to us. How are we managing it? Well, we are increasing the sales in fruits and vegetables, and it means another problem because we don't sell in bulk, but we are approximately in 40% of vegetables and fruits, and to 2025 we want to reach 60%. So we are trying to substitute the plastic by recyclable plastic, decreasing 20% of virgin plastic, also in the textile department, because we also have a textile department, and reducing the use of plastic. This is the way we are doing it. It's a very difficult point, and we have costs here. We have the commercial life cycle of the product itself, and in our limitations, we try and find a balance, and but it is difficult, and we work with this expansion of producers, and also we can have access to some pilot tests with some compostable machines, and for 2025 we need to abide by these 100% of our challenges. Yes, this is our business model. 2025 everything has to be ready. And then from Bonpreu, this consumer looking for proximity products, being sustainable, and this increase in the cost. So how are you achieving this? This is maybe the good protagonist, and visualizing better this value for money. Is it worthwhile for the customers? Yes. About sustainability, the main problem of sustainability is wasting product. Don't waste product. And the important problem is wasting, not plastic. And it's not that plastic is not the devil of the agri-food world, and it also the safety. Plastic has been in our society because it guarantees the food security. Like for example with meat, when it's very difficult to substitute it. And then what happens with the waste? And PLH is a compostable plastic and it cannot be recycled. So we are talking about PLA, and we are going to use PLA now. It's going to be compostable, but it's not recycled. So we are wasting it together with the virgin plastic, and then it creates some problems in the recycling process. So we are trying to find better packaging, and we think that recycled plastics should be our first option. And I think that this is the word, this is the road we need to follow: reducing the packaging, minimizing the virgin plastic, and also to sell better and don't not to waste product. And also your question was if the consumer is willing to pay. Well, proximity, if you want to do it, you are going to do it. If you want to go back to origins, you are going to do it. This is the added value. I want to go back to my origins, and I want to try again, and I want to eat again what I ate when in the past, and people is willing to pay for this. And we have other models, and there is a consumer who wants to pay for a better taste and pay more, willing to pay more. So, well, thank you very much. Clara is going to talk about, it's going to pass on some ideas. And you are the king of the fresh product, right? And me, I am the queen of the fresh products too. So we're going to ask 2 questions. And one of the questions that is very interesting. As a company, we are concerned about an increase of the production costs, and we have to be ready to pay more. And in our case, we are trying to incorporate this added value to our narrative. What do you think as a distributors about this strategy, and what else can we do in order to face this situation? And how can we manage this? Who wants to break the ice? Well, what can we do? Well, the situation is very complicated.
We need to be honest about it. What's going on in Ukraine has great implications in terms of cost, and we are really concerned about the global economic situation, inflation, cost increase, and our only solution is to relay this increase in the prices, increase the prices, the end user prices. Will still be enough to cover the increasing costs? Well, we don't know if we're going to be able to convey this increase in the final price. If we are able to keep acceptable rates and consumers are willing to pay this price, it's okay, but we don't know what the behavior of the consumer is going to be, so we need to look into it. Talking about the crisis of milk, it's just that if the consumer wants a specific product, it will buy it. If they don't want it, it won't buy it. So we offer a number of products at a specific price, and if customers purchase these products, we're delighted. The idea is to help the sector so that we can transmit the production costs to the end user in order to promote the production sector. So here, consumers have the last word, isn't it? We need to ask them whether or not they are willing to pay more for certain products. Yeah, these questions are being raised all over the place. Consumers are understanding the situation because they are experiencing this with the rise in the prices of electricity and gas. So the problem is not local products increasing their price. Everything is increasing their prices. So consumers, at the end of the day, according to their possibilities, will choose a product with one price or another. But since everything, all prices are going to raise, it's complicated. It's a generalized problem, and this been on the table for only 1 week. Some things could be forecast, but what's happened in Ukraine was unexpected. So going back to proximity products, maybe proximity itself can be another value. This is the value of other products which will increase in price. But proximity is a value that even though the prices increase, is a value that other products don't have. Well, for us, bearing in mind the current situation and our multinational scope, we've felt this in other countries as well, and we have clear instructions of what we have to do. Continue to focusing on local products internally, bearing in mind that consumers will decide whether or not they're going to be purchasing more expensive products. We will try to optimize our internal processes in order to absorb the price increase and try to transmit this cost increase to the end user, because but first we need to optimize our internal value chains in order to not to transfer the whole price increase to the end user. So promoting local products is an advantage here because the supply chain is shorter. I include you in this response because you know a lot of things and you know a lot of people. I know the answer is complicated because future is uncertain. There are meetings being held today to decide the future of the agri-food sector. Well, the key is offering the best price-quality ratio. We need to offer an honest offer so that the end consumer is able to decide whether or not this value for money offer is affordable given the concern and the complex situation we are living. So at the end of the day, the end consumer will decide based on their economic possibilities. We need to be extremely cautious so the consumer can perceive the value in order for them to devote a part of the budget to certain products, because we have very polarized behaviors and we are going to be very demanding when choosing where to put our money, where to spend our money. Maybe you have time to explain that example you mentioned about how to transfer the price to unbranded products. Well, you were talking about a QR code. Yes, we need to use technology because we can see more and more consumers with their cell phones on their hands while they're purchasing in a store, and international distributors are incorporating within their own apps formulas so that consumers no need to use an external application. So the distributor application offers all the information. I think technology is going to be really helpful here because it will be a facilitator. And if we go one step beyond, we need to technologically empower the workers, the staff of the stores, so that they can they can establish a dialogue with the consumers. Walmart has decided to do this investment. They're empowering their staff with technology so that they are in equal grounds with consumers. My daughters are really aware of all this, and they use these health or sustainability indexes, and they use these apps to check whether or not a product is sustainable or healthy. Let me make one last quick question. You have a key role in the food chain. How do you see the production sector, which is suffering a very complex situation? Well, the primary sector or production sector mentioned this to the Director General. I think it's in a poor situation, and I'm really concerned about this. Myself personally, and also Bonpreu as a company, because we are aware of the needs of the production sector. I know of their problems, and if we're not able to change certain things in the productive sector, we will have a problem. We will have a lack of suppliers for certain products. So have information on the reality is important, and knowing the effects of the recent events is important as well. I think we have opportunities here, and our focus with Bloody Big Cooperative regarding milk and dairy products is a good example of our commitment. Well, I could give you more examples, but we changed our wine cellar, and now we are promoting Catalan DOPs. But to be honest, today I don't see the primary sector having a very bright future. Hopefully we will be able to redress the situation for our country and for the people. Otherwise, the future is bleak, with prices rising. And in our position as a distributor company, we have our part of responsibility. I'm saying this because this is what I believe. We're willing to help within our limitations, because sometimes people think we can work wonders, but sometimes it's a matter of finding a balance. Yes, distribution as a driver for small brands is important. It is a time to prove this. Yes, we agree. We have an important role to guarantee the primary sector visibility in the future. We are working on the same lines because this is our obligation. I agree with my colleagues, because at the end of the day, we need to support the primary sector to reinvent ourselves and finding new ways to more the value chains and the supply chains more efficient, because we are all on the same boat. But we need the help of the consumers, because it is important that consumers are aware of the situation of the sector and how we can, or what we can do to help them. There are surveys, everybody is willing to buy proximity products, but in reality, it might not be so. We have other ways to measure what people really purchase. So this sort of hypocrisy and this mega consumption shame. So let me insist on this sentence. When we're buying, we are deciding the sort of country we want. So our purchase options or decisions with only a small difference in price, just a few cents, you can make a difference to a local producer. Because a local producer was telling me, my animals are really well cared of, but when people goes to the supermarket, they buy the cheaper option, even if it's just a few cents. And this is bad for local producers. Thank you, Pablo de la Rica. Thank you for your moderation and coordination. And thank you to Joan Sabartés, Operations Manager of Bonpreu, Victor Asensio, Fresh Products Division, Aldi, Spain, Jose Carrasco, responsible of local produce strategy of Clara Food in Catalonia. A big applause, a big round of applause for our panel. And I was saying that in this forum, breaks are important. Having a break, having a coffee, because during a break, there's proximity and networking flourishes. But let me say just two things. We have prepared a coffee break with Àpat Catalonia, which provides this proximity added value. Just a few logistic informations. We have divided the audience into rooms. If you have the red card, you will have the coffee break on the back, and those with the white one need to go to the Castell B room. It's at the end of the corridor, and then turn to the right. This is where we are located, and at 12:10, you need to be back in the room to continue with the session. So enjoy the coffee break. See you in a few minutes. With the ongoing conflict at the heart of Europe, which we are really concerned about, but that also sets a number of challenges and raises doubts in the food sector, because it has direct implications for the production. Instability adding up to the effects on the supply chains, the increase in the prices of energy, the dissolution of commercial agreements with Russia and other countries. So the current situation leads us to rethink the food system and to move from content to value. We will be talking about this with Antonio Turiel. Welcome, Antonio. Maybe you might know him. He's been on many TV channels talking about his specialty. He has a degree in mathematics and physics in the Autonomous University of Madrid. He's expert in oceanography and expert in the fossil fuel depletion at a global scale. Petrocalypsis, his last more recent works, how not to solve the fuel crisis, and has recently published with Juan Bordera, The Autumn of Civilization. This was launched very recently. This is a book that links climate change and energy crisis, trying to shed light on the alternatives we have at hand in order to avoid the worst scenarios. Antonio, let's begin from the beginning, because you cannot hide an elephant. We have to talk about the elephant in the room. You think that we need a shift of paradigm. This war that's raging in Europe, is this war accelerating this shift? And how does this affect the agri-food industry, which today is the protagonist of the forum? I believe we are aware that there's been a radical shift in our relationship with raw materials. Suddenly, we're seeing an increase in prices, a slowdown of certain processes. And the main concern for the agri-food sector has been the increase in the energy prices, which affects transport and machinery, and also the increase in electricity, which affects the cold chain, and also the increase in the price of fertilizers, with an increase of, because 40% is obtained from natural gas, a scarce resource and a more expensive resource. China has reduced 90% of their exports of nitrogenated fertilizers, which affects Argentina, for example, and Russia has banned the export of nitrogenated fertilizers, which will surely continue with the current situation. We need to understand that this situation is related to the depletion of fossil fuels. There's a finite amount of resources, but the problems with resources come from the point when you reach the peak production. The decline is slow. It takes decades, years, and you can adapt to that, but we cannot adapt to continue with this idea that we can continue to grow forever, increasing our consumption of fossil fuels and other raw materials as well. This is a process we've been warning about for a long time, 50 years ago, some people started talking about this and forecasting that we will be reaching this point by the beginning of the 21st century. I've been talking about this for 12 years, and this is something that's round the corner. The adaptation is not easy because it requires a change of paradigm. And now we're finding ourselves facing this wall because we weren't able to react on time. Because changing implied a cost. Now we're facing this wall. We knew this time would come. We have space for maneuver. The process has started, but we need to take the appropriate measures to operate this change of paradigm. Yes, and the pandemic has accelerated all of this. This wall that was in the distance 50 years ago, and now the current conflict with the gas supply problems brings this wall closer and closer. So the decisions the EU is making regarding energy, which affect us as companies, are going in the right direction. Are we going too fast? Let me quote Henry Kissinger talking about the American population, but we can use it too here. Self-complacency and panic are the only two states of the population, and the EU facing this situation, and which I know they are aware of the details of the situation. We're trying to go too fast to correct imbalances that we've been fueling for years in our dependency on not very reliable countries such as Russia. It was very convenient, but if you negotiate with a country with low respect for human rights and nuclear power, and then they invade a country which is the farm of Europe, then you have problems. And the trends in the EU, I think they understand the problem, but there are contradictory approaches. So I'm not very confident about the suitability of the measures. We received funding a few years ago in order to provide solutions to situations as the one we are suffering now. So right now, we're moved to the panic mode, so to speak, and now we are afraid all of a sudden. So facing this situation from the scientific arena has been well known for many years. We know it's not going to be easy, but we have ways to do it. We have to tackle this. So we don't need to be, we don't need to rush into it. My father-in-law, he's a farmer, and he has, let me quote him, because he's very wise. When something big happens, you need to be calm, and the most important or difficult the situation, the most calm you need to be. So we are concerned, and we sense which the reasons for the situation are, and the Russian conflict has just accelerated this situation. And one of the reasons is because Russia is also having problems with raw materials. I'm not justifying the actions by Russia, but this is one of the conditionings. And this situation may arise more and more often in the future. So we need to rethink the model we are using in order to move forward. So the question is this shall pass as well, right? But unavoidably, we will have an increase in prices. This will have an impact on all aspects. We need to get used to the idea of paying more for energy, more for food. Is this just temporary, or this is a structural change? Is this a change that's here to stay? It is important to see that the base problem is structural. This problem was looming there in the future, but now it's here. There's this transition period has a difficulty. Those periods where raw materials that are fundamental with an inelastic demand, the price is not constant. It rises until you reach a breaking point. So electricity intensive companies are closing because the price of energy is too high. If the price of energy keeps at high levels, companies start to close. This reduces the demand, and when the demand goes under supply, demand increases again. So production goes down, then the production of gas, oil, and carbon are reaching its peak values, and there's a decline. This is unavoidable. It's a geological issue, and there's no technology to solve this because it won't be profitable in the future. Maybe 8 years ago, many companies started divesting on these materials. So this slow decline of the production is not sudden. It takes decades. But the price will increase eventually. So the prices will be volatile. So from an investment point of view, that's bad, because if prices are high, you just transfer this to the end user. But when prices are volatile, then you need to be careful when making an investment. We are used to short investment cycles, 4, 5, 10 years maybe. But when volatility is high, you need to be cautious with your investments, because you should be investing now. But when the time comes to get a yield from the investment, the prices are low. So your investments need to be in a longer term, otherwise you won't have time to adapt. So we have a structural problem. And from the point of view of the economic risk and the adaptation complexities imply a long-term way of thinking than we are used to, at least in the last 60 or 80 years. And we need to understand this is an additional risk for the primary sector and for the food sector and any other sector. When you talk of a longer period, how long are you talking about? Our investments, I mean, how long do we have to think in advance? Is it 1 year more, 3 years more?
Well, now I think that when we do an energy transition, because we are talking about the change of the model with many things implied, there is an energy transition and there is also the use of the materials and socio-economic transition. So these transitions take decades. The fastest took 30 years. When we think about investment, would be a minimum of 20 years. And from the perspective of public action, it requires a collaboration. We cannot continue thinking with mindsets and funding schemes focus on the short run. We need to do a systemic, profound adaptation. So we are going to talk about all these changes because if what's happening is structural. Don't Look Up. You remember this movie about an asteroid coming up, and these using fake news, and then it says don't look up, and then in the end the asteroid destroys the planet. So we cannot do this. We have this change that is coming. So my question, thinking about all this, is what do companies need to do in order to be feasible, changing the model? Well, I think that there are certain elements that are important. One would be the rationalization of all the productive process and the model, taking into account that the parameters are not the traditional ones. This is not what we were told in business schools, expansion projection plans. And now the paradigm is changing, and there are some things that have to be taken into account. So to which extent and to which point are we vulnerable? And for example, if your business is very dependent on the Argentinian soybean, then you might face a problem because there are some droughts and also the transport, and obviously the transport is going to be higher, and then the competition. So if now cereals cannot leave Ukraine, then we have to compete with other sectors. And between Russia and Ukraine, with 30% of the cereals exported all over the world, 70% is produced somewhere else. So we will have to compete. Rich countries as Spain, as Catalonia, will have access to all this. But others are going to be without, and there will be some problems, etc. So how can we compensate all this? And then we can have this waterfall effect, this butterfly effect. And one of the key aspects is resilience. A good analysis of the degree of dependence of the things coming from outside, trying to minimize the risks, and also something that someone said, shorten all the supply chains and also the critical ones. So because all these are things that are vulnerable, and also before we didn't expect a war in Europe, and now we are scared of this expansion of the war. There can be a war in Northern Africa as well. So I think that it is important to get out of this and having this intermediate point. When you have children, you understand it, and the adult is the one deciding what to do. So don't be scared. There are many more things that need to be done, but I think these two are the key ones. Talking about proximity and the primary sector, talking about all these primary sector, you say that we need to revalue the primary sector to do this change of the mindset. And also this is good for the primary sector, but we need to be able to play this card. The administration and the private sector, there is one question that someone mentioned, and I think it's very important. We need to do a cultural change. The population now is very aware of the disasters of the war, and that we need to invest in the most important things. So the primary sector, the agriculture sector, is something we truly need. So we need to do this cultural shift, and the consumer has to accept this. Sustainability was mentioned before, and the problem of climate change is it's really worse than you know, and it's something we will be able to adapt to, but we need to start reacting, start adapting. The problem of health, responsible consumption, and then resilience now. So we need to do a cultural change, understanding what's important, and also the consumers need to understand that they will have to invest more money in the shopping basket. This is positive. This helps the country, and this helps our country to be resilient facing the changes, something we need to boost and we need to favor. And consumers will accept this increase of the price. We need to make them understand that it is necessary. Yeah, explaining all this. The proximity of all this emotional storytelling is better to understand because it has a different value, this product. And the solution must go through volume to value. From volume to value, more added value to the proximity, to the processes we do. Not long ago, the exporting data of Catalan countries were presented. We are in the avant-garde, and you talk about resilience. This shows the resilience of Catalonia, of the agri-food sector in Catalonia, the good result of this bet to move from volume to value, because figures show it. In the last 10 years, since 2011, the exports in Catalonia have grown 86% in value and 53% in volume. So we can see this change, this important change here. So my question would be, this is the way to follow, but how can we match this change in the situation nowadays? And if this goes through the production where we have this primary sector, and also less troubling because the fossil fuels are going to be more expensive. I think that when we think about markets, long distance markets, and transport is going to be more expensive and networks are going to be open up. So the things that are going to have an added value are going to be the only ones that will be able to travel long distances. And we have an advantage because of the position we have. We're discovering the Mediterranean, our natural region, Catalonia, Spain, and also the Mediterranean region. And these are the places that are close to us. We don't need to invest a lot of energy to get them. And it's a huge market, Northern Africa and Middle East included. So I think that little by little, we need to evolve and rediscover the traditional trade routes that we had. And we have approximately 1,000 million people living in this region. It's not a small market, and we have to follow this direction. The things that used to come from the China are the things that come from China are going to be the things that have an added value, no others. So ideas can circulate faster than goods, and things that are basic for our subsistence is that basic needs have to be local so that we can have a real sovereignty. And this brings me to another question. This change of the model makes us rethink the food chain. In order to face this crisis, we need to rethink the relationship between the primary sector and the industry, because there was a relationship in the past, but maybe this relationship should change. How should it change? And something we need to take into account is that fossil fuels, this fossilized energy, make us believe that we are independent from the earth. But when this huge storage of petrol starts to be depleted, then we need to recover the roots, and the great supplier of the energy is the land, and the intermediaries are the plants. And one of the important things we need to do, it is an idea we will have to start developing, is using all the waste And because here, from the chemical perspective, I can see a great advantage of waste. It's carbon that can be used, this waste, revalued, biogas, but everything is done in a very small quantities because we could not compete with fossil fuels. But now that the fossil fuels are starting to be depleted and we're going to open up a new horizon. And also the urban waste can be included. And this content of carbon can be used as an energy source, as a fertilizer, and also as a raw material source, because we can extract raw material, bioplastics, textile, and there is a huge capability to produce energy and raw materials from all the things that are produced in the value chain, in the food chain, in the primary sector. Before, we did not consider them because we had a lot of petrol, but now it's different, and there is an enormous richness in all these things. I remember watching the Les Miserables from Victor Hugo, and he said, yeah, Parisians are throwing a lot of things or wasting a lot of things in Paris, and we needed to revalue them. We are throwing away things that we need to recover now. There is a lot of value, a lot to recover, and a big productivity there. And this will give us this resilience, this sovereignty that we are looking for. And there is a lot of power here. So we are thinking about the primary sector as a provider of resources and rethinking all that you throw away can give you this energy, this independence. Well, biogas is being used, but only a small amount. One of the advantages that we have is using a lot of materials from organic matter. And the primary sector could be the flagship of this sector. If you want to have a resilient sector that will be able to survive, you need to rethink everything. This is an important change. What Antonio is explaining to us, the primary sector is on fire. This change includes this revaluing, change of paradigm, and we have talked about going back to our roots. And I remember about using the scraps, the leftovers. And so we have this war in Ukraine. Let me insist on something. The following years are going to be difficult because there has been an important disinvestment process, and it's going to complicate things even more. But then it's going to be a progressive process. We have a lot of time to adapt, but we need to rethink everything. We cannot go back to the past. And if we start understanding that we need to be more resilient and rethinking everything, we have an opportunity. And we are very well positioned in order to do that. We have to believe in that. And if we believe in that, we will be able to do it. Round of applause. Come on with this statement, this final statement. And his last book is Perfect Timing. I would like to finish with the questions from the audience. If there are more questions we need to answer, we can do it. So we talk about the role of agriculture in climate change, but maybe we should talk about this mitigation of climate change and which is the way the primary sector can go in order to pledge these SDGs. Well, when we have to include the transport and many other things. And sometimes we have the problem of methane and so on. So in order to catch CO2, we need agriculture. And agriculture, it is a great way to achieve fixing this carbon. It is a very slow process. It requires times, but it has a great potential. And in the process, we can use the hydrogen and the carbon, and it is a source of energy. So a lot of people know these things, but we need to make the most. So when I am asked, yes, sometimes there are things, and Antonio, with his knowledge, and our friends, the European Union has already reports talking about this, and all this knowledge, we already have it. And the problem is that if you do it, then the distribution of the economic system changes. And this means a change of all this. And with more people and more resources in the primary sector, and change the revalorization, but it is the main source of resources. And sometimes people are scared of changes, but we need to face them. And now that they are not as affordable, then we need to change the mindset with the soaring prices of petrol. If each time we fill the tank, we can buy 1 liter of milk for the same price that we put 1 liter in our tank. But yes, but this is what happens. Milk has to be more expensive. Flour has to be more expensive. And we were just drunk, so to say, of fossil fuels. We thought we could do anything. We thought we were gods. And no, we need to touch the land. We need to be enrooted to the land, because land is the one providing everything, the plants. And this is the way we need to live. And one of the things of the 20th century and 21st century is knowledge. We know how to do many things. You can use fermentation processes, many more things, as someone said in the morning, and we cannot be scared. Yeah, listening to and establishing the priorities and doing these specific policies, and be together. As a company in the food sector. What can I do in the short run to start to get ready to face these challenges you are mentioning, and which would be your first recommendation? Well, I think that we can decide which are the funding lines, and we have a very high inflation rates, and we have to be ready for that. And then to do an analysis in order to prevent risks. And also grow little by little. Going back to the value of all this, and when we think about young people are aware of this, and integrating all these different messages that we have, and now I think they are very aware of that. I think that they understand better this. And when they get older, the engineering and also the primary sector, and I like the way you do it, and everything can be done, everything is possible. And I'd like to ask you something now about the final statement, because you can tell your teenager kid that there's nothing we can do about it. No, you cannot tell that. It has to be a different message. We need to do many more things, and we should explain many things to them. There are many things that can be done, and it is feasible to do it. So we need to rethink all the revalorization of the economic system, and we need to understand that we need to change everything. I think that the key is enrooting to the land, giving us what we really need. A big round of applause. Scientist from CSIC. Thank you, Antonio, very much. Thank you for being here. Yes, I'm gonna be enrooted to land even more than now. Thank you, Antonio.
Let's move on. It's going to change things because we're reaching the end of this block of the forum without, well, keeping an eye on the future, moving towards the future, but without moving from home. How can we do this? Well, using or putting technology at the service of our local products. As Joan Riera was mentioning a few minutes ago, that you can grow without and be local at the same time. Now we're going to see how technology can support this process without altering the essence of local products and their attributes: freshness, quality, trust, sustainability, this emotional storytelling rooted to the producers and the land. So let's talk about digitalization of origins. And we'll do this with a visionary person linking science, technology, weather and other fields to the industry. Javier, sorry, I was happy to hear the words you were saying about me, and I have a hashtag I created a long time ago that says everything is still yet to be done, and I've been saying this for years. Everything needs to be done, and I had a T-shirt with me with a hashtag. So before we were comparing our T-shirts, he was showing his T-shirt with Darth Vader, and Antonio, also a T-shirt fan. He's wearing a NASA T-shirt. One is the European Space Agency. There you go, Antonio. Let us see your T-shirt, because we were talking about this T-shirt competition. So your T-shirt, 10 years of the European Space Agency. When I work for the ESA, and we have many contracts, CSIC, with them. And the guys who took part in the ETMOS mission, they gave me this shirt, and this was led by a Catalan guy. And I have also my own T-shirts. I'm a T-shirt fan, so we were talking about T-shirts before in the backstage. So Javier Sirviet is full of energy, and he's an engineer, entrepreneur, technology angel, scientist, divulgator, ideologist, innovator, catalyst, strategist, curious. You don't consider yourself an expert in anything, but you're so humble. But you're a problem solver, a facilitator. Americans say that they know him very well. He say that he's like a super foreseer. Well, you're saying whatever you like about me. Come on. Let me explain it myself. So he's going to talk about Calçots and robots, the technological future of food. So yes, this is the time for Calçots, and it rhymes with robots. So you have the floor, Javier. Thank you. Is my microphone open? Who wants to know what the future is going to be next week? Anyone? Do you care about it? Do you remember The Matrix? When we were at the cinemas watching the matrix, some guys were creating Google. So this is how fast things go. Let me introduce myself, because I don't want to be introduced as a speaker. I'm not a speaker. In general, do you remember Matrix? Do you remember that phone? It was so cool back then. And this term, evangelist, sorry. I've always been the first idiot to buy the new gadget. And I was talking with the guys with the AV team, and they were saying, I was born in the 90s. Do you remember the Barcelona Olympic Games? If you can see the videos with the Olympic torch, there was behind it, it was a Steadicam. It was 44 kilograms. I used one of those cameras, those heavy cameras, and I was wearing my cell phone, and people said, why are you carrying a cell phone? You're silly. What's the difference between a cell phone and a condom? That they were, both were covering a dickhead. So I've been creating companies, and we're going to create cell phone inhibitors, but with inhibitors, you could also prevent terrorist attacks. So when there's something bad, there's been someone good about it. So I was one of the first dumb guys to buy all these gadgets, but also to create new things. I had partners, for example, Domino's Pizza. I remember a few years ago, a consulting firm told me to talk with them to see if you have any ideas. They show me a website. Can you see the smoke coming out of the pizza? It doesn't work on my cell phone, but who's gonna order pizza through their cell phone? Me, I'm gonna do it. We have a call center. So imagine how things have changed. 13 years ago, the first pizza was ordered through a BlackBerry phone. I'm sorry for my language, but everything is yet to be done. We have Bluetooth campaigns, and many customers have quoted me. And social media are good, very good for me, because if you search this picture on Instagram, on the 7th of February, I was saying, be careful because there's a pandemic. Come on, people said, don't raise the alarm. People were talking very bad things about me. And a few months, they said, this is going to be solved through ARM, digitalization, experts in the WHO, sorry. And I was saying it will take years to overcome this. And a few years ago, they asked me to give a speech. It was the third time I gave a speech. And I was supposed to make a drone fly with my mind. And they said, you're going to know the founder of Apple. And there's a guy called George Church. This guy changed my life. It was an event. It was the third time you talked in public. 3,000 people in the venue. I was giving my speech, and I started to talk with George Church. It's a nice guy. What did you invent? What have you created? You're going to clone a Neanderthal. This has no future. What are you going to do? I'm going to make a drone fly. How are you going to do it? Well, if you get to move the drone to the place, and you hit the founder of Google on the head with your drone, you're going to be on all the books in history. What are you going to talk about? I'm going to talk about the future, cloning, Avatar. Avatar is a shitty film. It's so bad. But when is this going to happen? Do you remember Avatar? 400 million euros was that film by James Cameron, and George says this is a shitty film because no one is going to do this. No one's going to live on a wheelchair because we will be able to solve this or cure this. And now we'll see Avatar 2 with $1 billion in production. Do you think people is going to go back to the cinemas having Netflix at home? So where is Avatar going to be released?
Hi, I'm Keanu Reeves.
2 years ago.
Over 20 years ago, I first played the character Thomas Anderson in the Matrix trilogy. Those films pioneered digital cinema with shots like bullet time. Back then, we talked a lot about where the digital age might take cinema and narrative. In an industry where actors have tried to remain perpetually young, we wondered about digital faces that could become immortal.
Hi, I'm Carrie Ann Moss, and I played Trinity in the Matrix films. 20 years ago, we asked ourselves how long it would be before faces and bodies could be changed as easily as we change clothes.
We wondered, what would identity mean in a completely digital world?
And what would reality mean when a world we can build feels as real as our own?
Maybe you think this is far away. This virtual reality helmet, this is made by Meta, by Facebook. It's less than 400 euros. And all the AV guys were interested in trying it. This is by Facebook. Wait until Apple launches its own, because this you're watching this is in real time. This quality, you'll have this quality with this helmet. Well, a few years ago, people were saying the same thing about cell phones. I was in the in Dominican Republic, and everyone has a cell phone or a smartphone. So this is going to be here sooner or later, because it's a business. It's a great business for all the big techs and also for you, because if you have a business and social networks, who of those don't have social networks? LinkedIn. This is just another disruption, an evolutive disruption. And we've been a long time with the problem, with a huge problem, an exponential problem, is that we don't like changes. It took us millions of years to make a change, but technology has changed our lives in 2 years. In 2 years, our lives have changed. So digital transformation is there, with the pandemic, has made this possible. And those who didn't have present in the e-commerce sector or a digital platform has disappeared. Proximity business, okay, but it's not everything is not AI. No, mixing everything together and have a proper mix with a proper mix of technologies and combine everything, because experts have made a mistake, because this is the graph of the exponential transformation. This is how technology do you know the Moore law? This law is no longer valid because of the pandemic. The Moore law was scary enough, because if it was valid, it's been true for the last 20 years, and by 2045, an AI will be more intelligent than the whole planet thinking at the same time. There are just 23 years to reached that point. Who of those want to live 23 more years? Any one of you want to die earlier? So this is reality, and reality is that thanks to the pandemic, AI, which is really exponential, together with biogenetics, has increased by more law by 317 times. So all the dates and all the forecasts are no longer valid. Because we've been wasting our time in 2020, and these intelligent minds or the extraterrestrials, which Stephen Hawking was warning us about them, about not communicating with them, what's going to happen with our kids, because they've lived a pandemic, now a war. This is the story of our lives. We're going so fast, and these intelligent aliens are already here. We are creating them, and we are feeding them with data. 2020 was the starting point for all technologies, for many changes we weren't expecting to happen, and they have happened. Digitalization, remote working, remote learning. But the real disruption, which has had a real impact, was biases. And someone here in the room is saying, yes, you're right. Let me show you a picture. It's like olive oil. There's a bias here as well. Olive oil is the best now, and you haven't used olive oil in your life. This is the problem, that biases has hit us hard with biases that only did appear during war times. The survival bias was defined by an Israeli mathematician. When you have this survival bias, you forget about your past, just like this, and you cannot see the future anymore. You concentrate on living. And maybe you think it's not that exaggerated, but on the 10th of March, 2 years ago, things were like this, only 2 years ago. This was our planet, less than 2 years ago. This was the whole planet. The whole planet was in a standstill, locked down, without a future, without hope. But with an internet connection, everyone was connected, and we were saying these guys has becoming rich because of this. This is also a bias. So wartime is when people becomes rich. This is when there's a pandemic, when there's a war, things are transformed. Fanta was invented by Hitler because American soldiers were braving German soldiers with Coca-Cola. So we have oranges, let's make Fanta. But now creativity is also down the drain because there's people that believe this is gonna work. Have you seen these milk cans? Why do I need to use a Tetra Pak? I want a can because it gets cooler, easier. And what about Coke in a Tetra Pak? Why not? And the people who's becoming rich are those who are prepared for conflict, for pandemic, for a war, with an innovative product. And this is the reality. So, as we said before, everything is yet to be done, and technology has been helping us during the last 100 years in an exponential way, but we still don't believe it. 10 years ago, this didn't exist. Most of these things didn't exist when we were complaining about the pandemic. But can you imagine a pandemic without technology?
Alexa, turn down the thermostat.
Okay, turning down thermostat.
Ready. Huh, here we go. What do you think people did before Alexa?
Alexa, turn the temperature down 2 degrees. Thank you, dear.
Alexa, tell me a joke.
Jokes. God, you think I know loads? Look at me.
Next.
News! Get your news here!
Alex, what's today's news?
Doesn't matter. It's all fake.
Al, play that song I like. Al, next song.
Have you heard the one about the plague?
Alexei, tell us something interesting. Okay. The Earth is flat, and a witch stole his pants. Yeah.
Alexios, add toilet paper to the shopping list.
Maximus, send this message to Prince Constantine.
Al, next song.
I do have one more. Have you heard the one about...
Alicia, remind me to delete those tapes.
Yes, Mr. President. I ain't deleting.
Yeah, I don't know what people did before Alexa. Alexa, play my favorite song.
Do you have any of these smart speakers? This is pretty recent, but think about the fact that this crisis has been the first one that has affected the whole humanity, and this was overnight, and has been broadcasted in real time. And the global crisis provides a global opportunity. This is history. This proximity market, it's all right, but Amazon has saved our asses during the pandemic. This is how things are. Innovation has always come from catastrophes, from wars. It's like the plague. The plague gave rise to sanitary systems and sewage systems. So this is our hope. After a big crisis, we have a renaissance, an awakening. There's a war coming, of course, but think about this. This is the first time, the first war that's being broadcast live. You're seeing this on social media through TikTok. This is not censored because it's interesting. So it's like the Spanish flu. No, this is not and COVID pandemic. It's not a Chinese flu. It's like the flu, right? But we have had to update. But thanks to the Spanish flu, the hospital network was created. So 3-5 months ago, a journalist was asking me, "What would you ask companies for 2022?" Well, some of them, I would like to have another pandemic so that they innovate more to share data, to create e-commerce. And this is our big hope. And one of the things we have changed, we've been existing less years than viruses. Viruses have been there longer than we have. And the plague, the Black Plague, and the smallpox and the Spanish flu. So there have been real evolutions that have made us react. But this is first time that AI has saved our asses, and it's not going to be the first time. This immunity we have reached thanks to vaccines and therapies has been generated by artificial intelligences because we didn't have to wait the normal testing periods because we were able to accelerate this and simulate this and just wait until we have quantum computing. The revolution is going to be massive. So things are going to change more and more rapidly. If we look back in the past, people were forecasting things and we're talking about the future. You cannot talk about a film and tell us the end, right? That's a spoiler. Spoiler alert. Come on, science fiction or is real science? Have you seen Look Up? And, well, at the end, spoiler alert. So, no, we're not going to tell the end of the film. And we had many experts. 45 years ago, the doctors and experts were saying that great surgeons, great operations, and great operating rooms. But a guy came along who's gone to Japan and said, what if we introduce a camera inside the body? He was sent away from the career because things had to be done in a certain way. But now we're using these small cameras for all operations. Microsurgery. That's what has changed, and it has changed so much. And those who think that the world is not going to change has no future because the world is going to change, and we need to be ready for what's going to happen tomorrow or maybe this evening because we're going to be seeing this live. We are connected. It's like traditional vaccines. Well, traditional vaccines, doctors and experts were saying real vaccines take 10 years to be developed. But he doesn't know anything about vaccines. But he doesn't know the first thing about RNA vaccines. But this is the reality. Gene therapy has changed everything. I recommend you a documentary released on 23rd May 2020, who was talking about how things have changed, how vaccines that were being used or gene therapies that were being used took 20 months, 65 days. The problem was that things had changed so fast that some people wasn't aware of it. Have you seen Gattaca, the film Gattaca? You have to see it because it's great to see how perfect people are selected for their gene characteristics. Because 20 years ago, we didn't have the genetic knowledge we have. And when the human genome was sequenced, it cost 2.7 million euros. But a PCR now is almost like gene sequencing. 20 years ago, you had this phone. I used to play with snakes on my phone, but this was the phone we used to have. When iPhones were released, Apple said, this is not a phone, this is not a cell phone, this is a smartphone. And thanks to the smartphones, everything is going to be digitized. Do you know how many companies were producing alarm clocks, calculators? All of this has been digitalized. And there are more and more, exponentially more and more applications included in our cell phones. You need to digitalize yourself. It is the only way to grow exponentially. So 8 years ago, Angelina Jolie said, I'm going to sequence my DNA. So she did this. It was 20,000 euros, and they told her that in your chromosome, you have a cancer chromosome. So he did an intervention to prevent this cancer to appear. So now we have cell phones that can fold. We have a complete human genome for 200 years only. What technology has moved from 2.7 million to 200 euros in 20 years? What technology? This is thanks to artificial intelligence, and these are the products that are coming. These are things the size of a cell phone that can do gene test, traceability, freshness. This is a reality. Yes, it is real. And technology is fostering all of this because it is the solution.
And also food, I liked your example. Food is the new software. So food, the new software, and then health. And why? Because health matters to everyone. The biggest investments in startups are not only on food, but also on health, because everything is digitalized. We are just data, and we are processed. These are the new business models. They are investing a lot of money on this, and they know how to handle information. Everything is data. And the chef of the future is going to be connected and will depend on one of these companies. Everything, because everything is related with biogenetics. Do you remember George Hurst back then? He was said, yeah, cloning and cloning. They were talking about transplants and organs. And now, not long ago, he died. Yeah, he died, but it's the first one. It's just the first one. And this is one step forward. And maybe he's dead, yes, but what happens if you have a pig to grow these organs for future transplants? The reality is that we have a lot of people who had to go outside, but in order to develop their studies. So United States develop and Chinese people improve. And what do we do in Europe? We legislate. That's what we do. And you know this person, Bezos? I can show you the yacht and maybe you will recognize it. So all these people have as a budget in a startup the double of what they had in the past. So why are they in the avant-garde? And this is sad. We should be investing what they are investing. And Google also had a startup that promised the immortality. Who wants to be immortal? Who wants to be young eternally, young forever? Who wants to live as much as they want, but without having diseases? Welcome to this type of health, because this is health, and everything is going to be as a service, software as a service, health as a service, robotics as a service. Everything is going to be this. And it Putin allows us to do so, we are going to live more than 100 years. So we have doubled the life expectancy. We are manipulating food. It is commercialized. Everybody would like to gain life expectancy just eating a tomato, right? Don't you agree? So this is the future. And we are talking about farms. Maybe we can feed them insects. They are very easy to manipulate. And organically, they generate less impact. So there are startups doing this too. Maybe we should learn from the Dutch, because they don't have a lot of land, but they produce 1.8 times more vegetables and fruits than Spain. With digitalization, with production, all these techs are exponential. This is the reality, artificial intelligence based on the human thought and also the genetic behavior. And this is the key. You know what a random forest is? Nobody knows. This is what happens with many experts, and these are just algorithms that are simulating and adapting the human behavior. In 2020, we were thinking about the Christmas. If will we be able to get together, have a Christmas dinner? Google, thanks to a platform, solved a problem that couldn't be solved for the past 50 years. Wow. So artificial intelligence is going to help us. All these diseases are going to be curable in the following 10 years because they are a business. How many people die of AIDS nowadays? Maybe we could have a vaccine, but it was not a good business. And the ARN therapies, which are amazing, and this technology, if we compare it to the ARN, it's like bicarbonate and antibiotics. So they have helped us a lot to live longer, and ARN is going to help us many more. Everything mixed to artificial intelligence, which is everywhere. And these ARN therapies that are already approved, how many people die because of cholesterol high levels? Yeah, and things I explain. If you had to ask something to a pill, to a tablet, what would you do? What would you ask for? We have identified the genes that cause obesity. And this year, we are going to have a pill that will make you lose 1 weight. Who wants that? One kilo of weight. Raise of hands. Yes, because this is reality. Everybody would do anything to lose 1 kilo of weight. And it's going to take more years because we need to try to put this to trial, but we are working with biotechnology. We are trying to solve the planet, thinking that things are going to be solved the same way that were solved in the past, but there are very surprising things that happened. For example, the boars. What are the boars? Everything is sequenced now. So someone said, what's this in the muddy puddle? It's a Borg. We have understand how we can change methane. All this climate problem, we will not fix it removing planes. Now, there are no chips to buy electric cars. And they are telling you buy a diesel car because we already have this one, the electric car, we still don't have it. So technology and innovation. What do you think has changed the most in the past 10 years? Raise our hands. Come on. I'm gonna give you a hint.
Push, push.
Yes, no, wow. It's the customer that has changed. We were talking a moment ago about you live in the company. No, I want to go on a holiday. I'm going to live my life. And this is what happens to people who come and go, who's got a professional career. You can explain to your kid that you are going to be tough. And then even the university has to change. Why should we study during 5 or 7 years? Everything is going to change, and everything is going to change dramatically, even work, the metaverse. And if we use Zoom in just 2 years, it's going to change even more. It's going to be here because it's a business. It's a great business. And I am from a generation. And I remember I used to go out when I was 12 years old. Where are you going? I'm gonna play with my friends. We got some scratches. But you know, this is what happens. And then you had your sandwich for a snack. But you cannot do this right now. The situation has changed, even the way we behave with our children. Mommy, are you using a plastic bag? Really? This is what kids tell us. When I was young, I was getting plastic bags for everything, right? And we used to play with the aluminium foil. We made a ball of the aluminium foil and we played with it. Now the kids would say, Mommy, what are you doing? Why are you wrapping up the sandwich with an aluminium foil? So future is going to be like this. We will be owners of nothing and we are going to be users of everything. How can this possible when the metaverse or with a smartphone and this is the future? Are you willing to become as a service? If you buy milk and you get a subscription and I will give you this in the metaverse, you have milk for all your life. So this is the model as a service. Nothing is going to be offline. You remember libraries, the great amounts of things that are digitalized, that have changed. Instagram, the cloud, Netflix, everything has changed. LinkedIn, YouTube, everything, Tinder. Everything has changed. And we are all using WhatsApp. Mommy, I'm gonna give you a missed call. And now we don't do missed calls, we do WhatsApps now. And then the troubles and the tourism, leisure trips are going to change radically. And technology has allowed us to do that. And this is the reality. Robots, they are making trials already. This is going to be here. This is already in Madrid. Amazon has it, and many other companies have it. Robots that can do all this. And this is live, autonomous driving, Amazon Go. Amazon Go is going to get to Spain. And in these shopping carts, they have a system with some cameras. And Amazon want to have you to have a camera, and when you take a bag of chips, they see your face, and then they will know if you are happy consuming these products or not, and they have data. So if any job is dangerous, boring, nobody wants to do it, and such on, it's going to be done by a robot. I'm going to show it to you. Let me introduce a robot doing boring things and so on. She is Alma. Alma is a robot, recognizes genders, 7 emotions, and she remembers faces as well. Alma. It can tell you if someone falls at home, and this is the business model data. This is manufactured by Sony, and I have it because Sony is manufacturing these cameras with artificial intelligence, because the business model is that everything this learns, it's sold. And if it learns how to recognize a child, you will not run over the child, because thanks to the data obtained by Alma, it will be able to recognize a child, and then the car will stop before going over the child. So this is the autonomous cars. Nobody would like to drive. No millionaires drive. They all have chauffeurs. The metaverse, the electrical cars, are you really gonna drive? This is from older centuries, and this will change the logistics. And I'm going to give you some keys. My last 3 minutes. You have to reinvent yourself. Reinvent yourself as a person. Stop being a boss and being a leader. Being a leader, being a team. building a team and using technology, using methodology, things like new business models. And if you are not connected and focused on the customer, it's going to be very difficult. So the 3 T's, talent, technology, and charisma. And in Spanish, charisma is written with a T, talante. So you have to be, you need to have a charisma and do a lot of things and using technology. They say the 3 T's, because data is the petrol. And having different systems on you. So this is reality. There will be more hackings because of the war. Even the war is going to change. How much data have we got? And how much data can we share? And you can build your own castle, so to say. Are you sharing data about customers, clients, mobility, and so on? Everything is still to be done. So think about all this. The digitalization is being efficient, and this is technology. This is the future. We need to focus on the customer. Who's calling Alma? We all have resistance to change. And if you don't want to change, you can do whatever you want. And in your companies, you have people who get bored, and instead of being lumps, so to say, and producers, you have to look for hunters. So join us, and the more problems, the more opportunities we are going to have. And this is the reality. And we are still gonna run more. Alma, where are you going? Don't leave. So think that we have never run that much, and we will never go that slow. So start learning to dance, because we are from a generation that we have danced to music. We all like music. We don't like pandemics. We don't like pandemics. We don't like wars. And I always finish with this sentence. And Kung Fu Panda, this is the reality. The past is history. We don't remember what happened 2 years ago. We were not in lockdown yet. We don't remember anymore. We forgot. And future is uncertain, but it's passionate, and everything still has to be done. So take advantage of this opportunity, doing networking, exchanging business cards, and making the most of the present. Seize the day, being alive here after these 2 years of pandemic. It is a miracle. So make the most of it, because today is a gift, and this is why it's called present.
Can we hug each other? I don't know if this is politically correct. I'm going to have my photos in a month, so yeah, we can hug ourselves. But when you hug someone, I'm not a coach. You need to touch hearts, you know? Heart to heart. It has to be heart to heart. Everybody knew that the meteorite was going to fall, and he was waving his hands, and he said, and I thought, what did I say? At the beginning of the film, you knew that the meteorite was going to fall, and now, if you're going to watch this film, sorry to tell you the end of the film. World premiere film, and 5 minutes later, and your girlfriend says, what's going to happen? And you know, I don't know. You have to watch the film. And this guy comes and tells me the end of the film. Well, there are things that cannot be mended, but your final message is, oh, Alba, so cute. Does she remember me? Is she going to remember me? She wants to be held in your arms. The one I had before, because it was, I got rid of it because it was too smart. It took me 6 months to teach the dog this posture, and this is the first time she does it. And she's done it with you. This is because I love animals. Take a picture of me, please. I'm going to show my younger daughter. Or a video, please. In 3 months, is going to send me a message and ask me about Alba, not about me. It is so cute. Look at that. What a beauty. Well, they're giving me indications that we need to move on. We have a couple of questions. Oh, she's barking because she misses you. Well, I'm going to make the questions with Alba in my arms. Alba remembers people, and when she's with more people, and when she sees Clara with more people, she remembers Clara, she goes to Clara, and she wants to be held in her arms. My darling, you're safe with me. A question from the audience. Innovation is great, technological innovation is great, but from a sectorial point of view, what talent do we need to train, and what sort of attitudes we need to promote within our teams right now? Well, never say something is impossible. Say it's unlikely, but there's nothing impossible. So you need to keep an open mind and try to build a team. Teams are built by sharing data. So communication, training, super important. Training everyone. Yes, everyone. You need to train every single one of your employees. And those who are smarter, come on. Do something innovating. You need to find people who are passionate about their job. So you don't want to have someone doing something they are not passionate about. And please export. You need to export more than you're doing right now, and be open-minded. Oh, she doesn't want to be in your arms anymore. Poor little thing. She wants to escape with me. Well, I understand Catalan because I'm from Valencia. But if you need to talk to me in Catalan, it's okay. I'm going to understand what you say. What do you think we need to do at the public administration to make the most of the opportunities technologies applied to the food sector provide and what working lines we need to be focusing as a public administration. Well, one of the keys, it's not a question of creating startups like crazy. The administration needs to train people. Training is essential. That's the key, because if you give a grant, a subsidy to create a startup, and because training is key. Subsidies are great, but training are better, opening our minds, providing capacity building and team building, because the only way out is being working together, being united. So training is essential there. There's a lot of supply, but sometimes you cannot pay quality training. We have YouTube, of course, but the administration's training is key in the administration. Networking, information also, and also supporting exports. We cannot complain of our situation in Spain compared to other countries. Do you think you're going to get 80 million tourists again? We lived off tourism and the automotive sector, but things are going to change. But we're good at making food. We're loved everywhere. I was in the Dominican Republic, as I mentioned before. I was working with some business people, and during the brunch, I saw a Spanish flag with a Spanish food. I wanted to eat Dominican food. So we are known all over the world. Come on, don't face the screen. I know it's an electronic thing. But do you know what is sent in boxes from other countries? People don't send money. They send to the Dominican Republic. They send Mercadona products from the brand Hacendado. Dominican people living in Spain send Hacendado products in boxes to the Dominican Republic. So Spanish products have a lot of demand. This is a brand that creates a lot of jobs. Mercadona. We need to promote local production, and the future is exporting and using platforms such as Amazon to export. Yeah, I know it's hard working with Amazon, but they give you the opportunity to sell all over and export all over the world except China. So a big round of applause for Javier Servient, our technology advisor and foreseer, and many other things. And thank you, Alma, for being with us. Come on, Alma. It's learning Spanish yet, so you need to give orders in English. Now it's gone to sleep. No, be careful. No, it's just a robot. This is a challenge because we are reaching the end of this blog, but let me summarize a little bit where we've seen this with through 7 tweets of all the inputs we've heard this morning. First tweet, we have a strategic plan, the PEAC, a co-participating plan, and a genuine plan. The second one, proximity is here to stay, and proximity products have a lot of room for improvement, and the distribution sector knows it. You can be local and grow. We need to find new purchaser, And fresh products need to be branded. We need to create brands around fresh products because brands generate trust. We also know that food doesn't move, technology does. So this is key. Decentralization of production, new business models, networking models, because the growth is going to be a networking growth. So great distribution has been a lever of these local products, which are something else, which have something else. Consumers are now more aware and they look not only local food and products, but ultra local, super local foods, because these consumers are aware of the volatility and liquidity of the present world. Antonio Turiel said that there's a structural change that needs to happen. It implies a paradigm shift and a cultural shift. And the primary sector needs to be seen as a resource provider. We need to stop connecting ourselves to the world and start connecting ourselves to the land. And finally, Javier says that future depends on innovation. Maybe this might seem obvious, but he has given so many examples: technology, digitalization. We need to reinvent ourselves. There's no other option. And talking about the Z generation, they are owners of nothing and users of everything. I don't know how they're going to get a mortgage because things are changing so rapidly and they want to live their lives. We wrap up with this universal message. We've seen, with all the difficulties we're seeing today in the sector, everything is yet to be done. And proximity is the solution to many of the challenges that future is putting on the table. So this is almost the end of the forum, and we're here to stay as well as proximity. And we wanted to inspire you and appeal to you and engage you. So we're closing the loop as we started, listening to Carmel Mòdol from the Food and Rural Agenda Department, closing the loop with him again. Thank you, Clara. I must excuse the person who was supposed to close this meeting, our counselor. You might know her. I'm sure she would have enjoyed this time with you as much as I have, because we've learned a lot. And but the counselor, we're talking about the current events that are changing, transforming everything, and what's going on in Ukraine requires decisions that we need to make immediately. So she had to devote this time to other affairs. So please excuse her, because she really wanted to be here. And I said that she would have enjoyed this because you know her. She's a very lively person, and I'm sure she would have been very engaged by many of the reflections that have been made today, and a part of the speech that you bring on a paper. I'm sure she would have changed it because she always adapts to the situation, trying to give her best every time. And also, I would like to thank Javier for her speech, because when I asked what public administration needed to do, he didn't say we needed to disappear, which is what some people say. So he made a call for everyone to focus on training, and we feel ourselves really identified with this proposal, and this is one of the things we want to do in the future. But let me be brief. I have just 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. No, I'm just kidding. I just wanted to wish you a wonderful morning and a wonderful rest of the day. We will continue this afternoon with Catalan food enterprises and entrepreneurs, and sometimes I wonder, what can I do with my spare time, because technology is giving me so much spare time. Well, you need to reflect. We are evolving, and I'm not sure if this is the answer, but in 20 years, we're going to be in a great shape and very good health, as Javier was forecasting. But when you have calçotada, this Catalan onion food event, we can share with other people. We can enjoy food stuff that are so great. But you can simulate or invent new things. But when Aldous Huxley wrote his book, there was an idea that the world was perfectly organized with different castes or categories, but they were all very well fed with a synthetic protein. But I believe this will continue if we do our job, if we innovate, but maintaining, sustaining, and supporting the essence of one of the main activities human beings can carry out, apart from enjoying life and thinking and reflecting, which is feeding ourselves in a nutritive manner with a Mediterranean diet, and enjoying the foodstuffs that are made with generosity to be enjoyed. And the sector knows what I'm talking about, but at the same time, made for our well-being and to share at the table, which is something that distinguishes our society. We meet a lot of times around the table, and we share food on the table. And this is one of the symbols that our society was shared with the world in terms of social integration. When you are doing a calçotada, people are wearing different clothes, or they are different. We have a rich gastronomic culture, and we need to put this. We need to value this and promote the origin, the sense of food culture, and the fact that food makes sense. and to all the people that are coming here as visitors, can enjoy our food, our gastronomy, but they must know that the people who live here can enjoy this food every day. So thank you all the speakers who have taken part in this morning session. It's been really enjoyable, stimulating, with clear messages that in the future we need to digest these new ideas. We will meet at the Catalan Food Forum next year. Yes, we need to digest all these new ideas and innovation. But let me confess that we have organized this forum for you to have something to talk about during our networking lunch. So that's why we decided to organize all these activities in the morning, so that during the lunchtime you can have something to talk about. This forum goes beyond the previous edition because we are doing this in streaming. But what we're doing here, face to face, is irreplaceable. To do like walk through the territory, through the land, with different salads, traditional dishes and desserts. I'm not going to highlight any dish because they are all great. And after the coffee, you are invited to follow this roundtable by EUREGA at 4. You can follow it online after your lunch. It's going to be great. We will have simultaneous translation from English to Catalan, Catalan to English. EUREGA is an interregional project finishing next March. And within this forum, the closing of the project is taking place with experts from many countries debating on how to promote a more sustainable food system by food public procurement. So that's all. It's been a pleasure to host this morning session, and let's continue talking during the lunch. I'm happy to be a part of you, identifying myself with your sector, and in the name of the organizers, Prodeca, DAC, thank you for being with us in the second Catalan Food Forum. We will be here, we will be back next year, so thanks a lot and enjoy your meal.
Ja estic in. Sí, sí. Tot bé? Sí? Ja. Després de la dic, bueno, ja el saludaré quan estigui més tranquil tot. Bé. Sí. Molt bé, jolín, quin muntatge que heu fet, eh?
Sí, va ser una mica estressant un dia, però...
Ja.
Sí que tancar la tarda bé, també.
Segur que sí. Bueno, fins ara.
second part of the when we are going to present the results of the project EUREGA, which is a project that is linked to the public procurement of food. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to James de Bonfill, who is the coordinator of the project, and he's going to speak to us from Worldpanel in Holland, in the Netherlands. Whenever you want, hello, Jeff.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome. Am I open? Is dus nog steeds aan het praten?
Nee, je mag.
Oké, mag?
Ja.
Oké, kun je me horen? Good afternoon and welcome to EUREGA. We as a team, we have worked past years hard to use gastronomy as an inspiration for projects on tourism, sustainability, on facilitating SMEs, agri-food, education and health. Our team is true European. From the north, Prodeca from Finland, to the south, Riera SA from Greece, but also situated in the west, Northern and Western Regional Agency from Ireland, to the east, CBU in Romania. Our partnership is completed by Hungarian Haidu Bihar government, and of course from Catalonia, from Spain, Prodeca, and from the Dutch partner, province of North Brabant. It was my pleasure to coordinate this project past few years on behalf of 's-Hertogenbosch. Since our team reflects European diversity, we learned a lot from each other's good practices, but equally important from our working methods, our culture, and of course our cooperation models. Above all, we learned the most from SMEs, our stakeholders. And since we firmly believe that good functioning SMEs really are key to regional economic development, we have several action plans containing support programs for SMEs. Today, Prodeca, on behalf of us, organized a wonderful program. In it, we will try to inspire you, and we will do so by showing our achievements, our EUREGA action plans. And Mrs. Tunde Sabo will do so on behalf of all of us, calling them desserts in terms of gastronomy. Public procurement was part of several EUREGA action plans. It can be used as a trigger to steer and support policy goals such as sustainability. So we will have presentations on that, followed by an open discussion on all topics presented. But first, as a teaser, we will have Mr. Laurentiu David, project officer at the Interreg Joint Secretariat, talking about state of play of interregional cooperation. We, as a team, we do hope you will enjoy our menu. I will now give the floor to Laurentiu. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Chef. It's a pleasure also for me to be here in the final conference of Interreg Europe project called EUREGA. And without taking too much of your time, in order to leave the floor to very interesting discussion that I saw in your agenda, I will just briefly take you to the state of play of the program, share with you our vision of this project of EUREGA at Interreg Europe Secretariat, and also tell you a bit as a teaser, as Chef announced, about the future of our program and the soon to be launched call for proposal. I will try to share my screen and my presentation. It should take just 1 second. Okay. And I will tell you a bit about what is Interreg Europe, because I imagine that some of you are not fully familiar with our program. Our program is financed through ERDF by the European Union and is a program involving 30 countries and putting at stake almost 360 million euros for exchanges of experience among the regions in Europe on 4 thematic fields. And this is research and innovation, SME competitiveness, the one relevant to the project EUREGA, low carbon economy, environment, and resource efficiency. So these are the 4 thematics in which projects have been submitted and financed by our program. Let's see how many. So in 2014-2020 period, so this means the projects that have started and they are still under implementation in this programming period, we had 4 calls and we managed to finance 258 projects. We are proud that all the 30 countries that are eligible in our program have been represented, and we are gathering a huge family of more than 2,000 partners. In terms of the outputs achieved by this family of projects, we can say that the projects have identified almost 5,000 good practices. We have also very practical approaches. We have 126 pilot actions approved. We have the action plans that have been produced by all our projects, and we have staff with increased capacity of truly impressive numbers of persons or professionals that by participating in our projects that have increased their professional capacity. And if we saw the outputs, let's see also the results. We are also proud to say that in only 198 projects that have finished phase 1, we have identified almost 800 policy changes. This means that the policy instruments that have been addressed in these projects have been improved. And as a consequence of these improvements, with each euro that was spent in our projects, almost 6 euros of funds have been better mobilized in the frame of the policy instruments addressed by this project. And this is truly impressive. And this is, of course, the results of the project, your results, and we are just happy to acknowledge them as a program. Besides the projects that we are financing, we also have a project that is overarching our family of 258 project, and this is the policy learning platform. This is a community of peers guided by several thematic experts, and together with this team of experts, we are bridging the projects that are financed by Interreg Europe, but also we are opening the knowledge that is shared in the frame of the project to the wider community. We have the community of peers, which is the professionals, the participants in the project, and we have the services that are provided to the community. We have the good practices that are shared, and all of these are glued in what is called the policy learning platform. Unfortunately, we have to show also this slide in our final conferences, and it refers to the situation that also affected our program, but to which we try to find solutions and make our projects going, keep them going, and offer them additional support so that they can get over this period. And out of all the services that we have provided, I would just highlight the 5th call for proposal. It was actually a possibility to extend the ongoing project. It was not a new call with totally new projects. It was just a way of offering the possibility to the ongoing project to share information also on the way the COVID-19 crisis have impacted that project, their topic in their regions, and to give them the possibility to share the solutions that the regions have put in place to tackle this crisis. Coming back to the project that we are here to celebrate today, EUREGA. This is one of the 24 projects focused on specific support to specific sectors. It is one of the 66 projects focused on SME competitiveness, but truly unique project, is the only one specialized in gastronomy. You can see that already some policy instruments, 3 of them have been improved. We have 6 good practices out of the 18 identified in the project tagged as belonging to the Policy Learning Platform Good Practices database. This means that 1/3 of the good practices identified are truly innovative and inspiring, and they were highlighted in our database as a source of inspirations for other regions. And now, just briefly, because you will find out more about this, let's talk about the future. The future that is almost already here. We are on the verge of launching the new programming period of Interreg Europe, the 21-27 period, and we have a fresh call that will be launched next month. Same as in the previous program, as in the previous programming period, we have a budget of a bit less than 400 million euros. Unfortunately, we have one country less involved, and this is the UK. And as you can see on the slide, we have also a brand new logo. The program more or less will stay the same as the previous one. We like to call it that we try to mark an evolution, but not a revolution within our program. And the program will have the same scope of improving regional development policies. We will have the same means for achieving this, meaning that you will have exchange of experience, you will be able to test, to pilot action, and in principle, you will be together for a capacity building program. Same as in the previous period, we will have the part of the project, the biggest bulk of our budget will be allocated to this, but we will also have the overarching project called Policy Learning Platform. As a, let's say, positive difference compared to the programming period, to the past programming period, we will have just one single priority, which is capacity building, and this will allow you to approach projects on all fields of the cohesion policy. So you will no longer be forced to work only on the 4 fields that I have highlighted in the first slide. And as a plus, the pilot action will be possible since the beginning of the project, while in the current program, this was not possible. The involvement of policy responsible authorities will be enforced within this new program, and also we are envisaging a broader geographical coverage through our projects. I will not tell you more than this, but I invite you kindly to join us on the 5th of April for an online event where we will launch the program and the first call of our program, which will be open till the end of May. And in our event, in our annual event, we will also offer you networking opportunities so that you can already engage with partners and discuss ideas for your future projects. And with this, I think I'm just a bit over the 10 minutes that were allocated to me, but I would like to kindly thank you for your attention and wish you a good continuation of this final conference. Thank you.
I'm going to speak in Catalan. She is Director of Development in Kantar in Hungary. And Tunde, representing all the partners, is going to introduce the fruits of these 3 years of Project Tunde, whenever you want.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen in a minute. Thank you. So it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all here today. Let me show you briefly the way we completed from appetizer phase until reaching dessert. As Chef mentioned some minutes before, the EUREGA partnership covered all the 4 geographic areas of the program. So we had a real fruitful cooperation and exchange between the regions, representing very different circumstances and potentials at the same time. Why did we start this cooperation and work together? Because all of us thought that gastronomy and food heritage is a common European cultural heritage, and at the same time, it is also a major economic asset. So we wanted to utilize the potential positive impact in our regional and local development issues. The main objective of our cooperation was to have food habits and gastronomy included and recognized in several different level strategies and policies. Just to provide you a short overview of how we worked along a very well-structured process. We started from the roots through the self-analysis in the appetizer phase. Then we built upon the fruitful knowledge exchange grouped around 5 different topics in the main course session. And finally, we defined the outcomes and results to be integrated in our regional policies in the dessert phase. So, as I mentioned, we started with the self-analysis. Then we collected several good practices that were summarized and concluded in the so-called cookbook. This document provided or served as an initial resource for our future work. Then we went on with the knowledge exchange stage, including several interregional visits and different advisory sessions. And finally, we utilized all the lessons learned through the development of our action plans that were completed by the dessert phase. As I mentioned, there were 5 key topics we built around: gastronomy and education, gastronomy and health, gastronomy and tourism, gastronomy and SMEs, and gastronomy and how to link urban and rural issues. All the partners defined some policy instruments to be addressed. So through our work, we wanted to change or to improve these policies. As Laurent, you mentioned already, there were unexpected difficulties in our lives during the past 2 years. So we All were hit by COVID, but we still provided an active collaboration and work together. So by the end of last year, the procedures were reboosted and we went on successfully. And now, here is the desert, the real desert. I would like to provide you some information about the actions that were defined by the partners and the policy changes we achieved by the end of our work together. Let's start with North Brabant. North Brabant defined two different actions. The first one was the development of a media and influencer strategy for sustainable food, while the second one was how to encourage entrepreneurship in sustainable food. As a policy change, we have to mention that the most important, the core issue, was how to make agri-food a permanent topic in the region's destination marketing strategy. Focus on the crossover between leisure and agri-food. And we have to say that they achieved a lot. This crossover led to several valuable results. The first is a media and influencer strategy, and the second is a set of 15 food routes for visitors to so-called culinary discovery trips that connect agricultural and gastronomical entrepreneurs in a region, the west of the region, or a specific topic, food innovation. As a success story, I have to mention that they achieved an increased sustainable food tourism in North Brabant. And this work was strongly supported by a training program developed about storytelling and visitor DNA to encourage the creation of exciting visitor experiences and to showcase the personal stories of sustainable and innovative agri-food entrepreneurs in Brabant, a sector that they are proud of. Let's continue with the Finnish partner. The Finnish partner defined also two different actions. The first is the co-creation of wellness tourism products, bringing the relevant SMEs together to plan and design 9 new food-related wellness tourism products. And the second action was the piloting and marketing of new tourism products. At the region, there was a strong demand to connect food production strategies to tourism and especially wellness and well-being tourism. The project, the EUREGA collaboration, made it happen for tourism and food tourism being identified in the policy instrument addressed. Due to the emerging new circumstances, actions have been implemented at smaller scale, smaller than originally planned, but with great success. A large-scale cooperation of local actors resulted in the creation of several tourism products, strengthening the integration of such topics in regional development. As a success story, we have to mention that the products are already being sold in some travel packages, and the wellness-related gastronomic products for groups and travel agencies in websites have reached international and national tour operators. Let's go on with the Irish partner, the Northern and Western Regional Assembly, who defined 3 different actions altogether. The first was the recommendation to have specific supports dedicated to food sector and gastronomy businesses in the current operational program. The second action was the development of a roadmap of supports for agri-food businesses to grow, innovate, and become sustainable. And the third action was to develop a specific agri-food supply chain strategy for the region. The policy change was proposed by the new submission to consultation on EU cohesion funding in Ireland for this new period, with specific supports dedicated to food sector and gastronomy businesses. The roadmap itself was prepared, but it is subject to change as supports for agri-food sector will change in the upcoming month. As for the success story, the collaboration through the EUREGA project has helped the development of the BIA Innovator Campus, which will be a key support unit in the region for supporting agri-food businesses. This wonderful collaboration has aided the campus to secure national funding and has also introduced them to other European projects. And I think this is the time where I have to mention another nice fruit of the collaboration. 3 partners of the EUREGA partnership joined their forces to submit a new proposal based upon the roots of the EUREGA. And we successfully submitted this proposal, and we have already implemented this collaboration within a short time COSME project. The 3 partners included the Irish partner, who was the lead beneficiary, and it also included Sibiu County Council and us, Hajdú-Bihar County from Hungary. Let's go on with Greece. The Greek partner is, defined the main action to establish the South Aegean Agri-Food Partnership to promote the South Aegean as a gastronomic destination and support the region to build an important and recognizable brand name. Unfortunately, the implementation process has been strongly hit by COVID. But what is more important, that the initial legislative issues has been started and the general frames have been defined. The compilation of the financial background is also in process. So finally, they succeeded. The Greek partner, worked in strong collaboration with the region itself and also the Regional Vocational Training Center. And they implement the activities until the new company is set up and operate. As a success story, we have to mention that this vocational training center already started accepting applications for 2022 free online training seminars for stakeholders in several themes, including sustainable development and protection of the environment in the themes of aquaculture and agriculture. They also consider the themes of beekeeping, marketing, operation of food-related businesses, vineyards, the healthy nutrition of the life cycle, e-marketing issues, as well as the alternative forms of tourism and primary sector. This includes ecological tourism, agritourism, and gastrotourism at the same time. What about our Romanian partner? Sibiu County Council defined 2 very important actions. The first issue is to set up a structure within the County Council with the aim of sustainable development through gastronomy and assistance to local gastronomic SMEs. The second action was the monitoring and evaluating the impact of the development strategy of the county in the field of gastronomy. And as a very successful moment, they introduced a completely new chapter in the policy addressed. This chapter is setting gastronomy as a priority within the county development. And the policy is ensuring specific instruments needed to fulfill the assumed objectives within this very new priority. As a success story, the most important thing is that specific measures have been defined concerning several themes. The most important one is administrative capacity. The most relevant achievement of the Council is that they set up a new structure for sustainable development. This new structure, this new department serves several goals, including the specified measures. So they are dealing with tourism, economic development, education, providing local healthy products, health issues, biodiversity, and also waste management. As for my county, Hajdú-Bihar County government defined 3 very different actions in the action plan. The first one, that we wanted to reboot our county branding. As a second issue, we planned to create a gourmet trail. And as a third issue, we intended to launch a new type of events called Hajdú Brunch, utilizing the lessons learned within the cooperation. So finally, we achieved a lot, I think, because we modified and amended the policy instrument using all the results and outcomes of the EUREGA collaboration. So a specific new measure has been defined thanks to EUREGA, and this measure is called the Development of Leisure Economy sustainable utilization of natural and cultural heritage. This measure specifically includes and names all the 3 actions defined in the EUREGA action plan. So I think that there are further options and future possibilities for all the targeted topics we dealt with within the cooperation. And as a success story, I have to mention that a new series of events called Meeting of County Tastes started and have been organized at 4 municipalities so far. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And now I give the floor to Neus to provide details about their actions and policy changes at Prodeca. Thank you very much.
A very interesting presentation, thank you, because it's complicated to sum up all the tasks that's been done during all these years with these 5 partners. Our action plan at Prodeca wanted to, since SMEs are our clients and agriculture and agri-food production, the idea was to see how we could help them to get ready for an eventual public procurement law. In this sense, we wanted to develop the tools, and one of them is Àpat Catalunya, and some material has been developed. This is just the beginning of the actions we need to do in order to help these companies. And those who have come today have been able to taste or to see the possibility that a catering service can offer local products and proximity products as an offer. So this is not this cannot be seen as a barrier for local companies to provide this local offer. This is on a private sector, looking into how we can help Catalan producers to introduce their products in the private sector of catering services. But together with the department, we want to go one step further, and we have our own strategy. Cristina will tell us about it, regarding the strategic food plan of Catalonia. Cristina Massot maybe could tell us more things about this. She works for the Climate, Food and Rural Agenda Department, and she will give us an introduction to this strategic plan of the government of Catalonia, and also we will have an opportunity to have an overview or a general panorama of from the point of view of Europe, and several examples that have been appearing throughout Europe. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Prodeca, for thinking this is a good idea to do this, to have this presentation from our department regarding what was being explained by Neus and our measures we've been taking by our department regarding public procurement and the context of this path we are starting to walk now. My presentation insists on what has been said this morning, but we need to talk about this strategic plan to give you a little bit of context. As many of you might know, in 2021, Catalonia approved, it was a government agreement, the food strategic, Catalonia strategic plan, in order to create a new strategy, food strategy for Catalonia. This plan has a period for its implementation from 2021 to 2026, and the aim of this plan is to establish a new food system that can give a response to the changing world we are living and which we are becoming more and more aware. This plan is just a reflection in the food sector of what's going on at the global level. And Catalonia, not only the government, but with the participation of all the stakeholders and departments involved, and also the society have been sensible to this matter, and we have been pioneering a plan to provide a way to tackle these international agendas and also European agendas with specific measures, such as the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork plans. This plan reflects all these needs set forth by the European international agenda in Catalonia. And as I was saying, it is a participated plan. So it's not a top to bottom, but a bottom-up plan. And that's why I believe this plan is being felt as something that's very close to us, and we want to take part in it from the administration. In this slide, you can see a little bit the figures we have obtained in order for you to see how many organizations and people have been involved in this plan, which I believe is the essence and the value of this strategy. And I believe, together with other strategic plans that are being started in the government of Catalonia, sets a new way of doing things, more co-participated and more consensuated when establishing new strategies. For those who don't know this, all the aims or objectives included in the Catalan Food Strategic Plan, which are a lot, are approached from 4 axes. The first one is sustainable, transformative, and based on the circular bioeconomy. The second one is local and rooted in the territory. The third one is rated to equity and fair trade of the supply chains and the cohesion of the agri-food chain. And the fourth axis is related to a healthy and accountable food system. As I said, this plan, apart from other things, is a response to all the challenges and obligations we have undertaken, which this is not only transformed or reflected through the regulation, but also through things such as the Green Deal or the Farm to Fork strategy. Within this plan, we have set a number of objectives and actions, but let me highlight, for you to have a little bit more context, a few of them, 12 to be specific. These actions have been classified as transformative among all the actions to be undertaken. These 12 are considered to be transformative. And within these 12, we have the development of law or regulation for food public procurement. Why are we addressing this option, this law, as a transformative action? Well, because in Catalonia, all the stakeholders understand and share the view that public procurement is a tool with a huge potential to generate social and economic changes, such as the ones we are looking for with the strategic plan. These are the reasons why, but the other question is how are we going to do this? because we are not experts to develop a public procurement act. So we're trying to see how we can do this. I'm not an expert, but I'm just going to give you a few details of what we are assessing. That's why we are asking for reports to see the context in which we are working. First, let me tell you the European recommendations for public procurement, because bear in mind, we have specific directives that set the legislative European framework in this matter. The directives of 2014 are not as stringent when limiting public procurement to the best economic offer. These directives, one of which is devoted to the food aspect, keep this concept very strongly. So price is a strong point here. However, now the best economic offer includes other elements, such as the real cost of the product from beginning to the end along the whole production process. However, we still have this limitation. However, the European Commission has published a number of documents with recommendations regarding public procurement, or green public procurement, in order to include certain criteria when there is a tender, in order to award these tenders to companies that fulfill certain sustainable criteria. In 2019, the specific document for green procurement regarding food procurement was published. This is the first guide we have in Catalonia to tackle this challenge, to develop our own food procurement act. So these European recommendations analyze the impact of foodstuffs during their life cycle and the approach of public procurement should have in order to minimize this impact in public procurement. And as we've seen in the previous slide, since the volume is important, it is a lot of products. It means a lot of products. So when we consume these products as a public administration, we take into account all these criteria, these green criteria, like biological, organic production, sustainable production, or basing menus with higher priority, giving higher priority to vegetables, focusing on more sustainable plant-based fats, the reduction of the waste generated and food waste, and the waste generated afterwards, and also energy sustainability criteria. These are the axes set forth by the European Union, and we understand this is the path to follow. This is the direction we need to follow. We have the legislative limitations with recommendations by the EU on how to include a number of sustainable criteria in spite of these limitations. And the next question, when we were investigating the path to follow, is to look into what our neighbors are doing, because they have the same regulatory framework, and therefore it's interesting to see what other countries are doing. This is being done throughout Europe for a long time. And let me show you some slides to explain in more detail these recommendations, which optional criteria, because remember, these are just recommendations for the selection and awarding of public procurement agreements. And they translate what I've been saying in the previous slide. This document by the EU is done in such a way that any public administration can apply them in your own contracts. This has been very well developed, and all the criteria are very well organized and detailed. They talk about like seasonable products, integrated production, toward which we are advancing in Catalonia. A number of things we are already doing in Catalonia, and we can include them in public procurement, provided we comply with these recommendations. So, as I said, I have included some slides to show you our research, and this research doesn't include all the details, and we might have overlooked some member states, but we are a lot of regions that are aware of this issue, and some of them have been working for years on the matter, which is encouraging for us as an administration, because this work has been already started, and we have examples of more advanced experiences in other regions that we can use as an example. For example, Germany has a federal framework. The implementation is done at a lander level, but they provide a general framework, a general umbrella that can be used for all the landers, and use these criteria as a basis to define their own specific criteria. As you can see, they follow the EU recommendations, but as you will see, each land provides its own, or each region provides its own characteristics. In Germany, air transport is taken into consideration. So those products that are transported by plane are not prioritized, or vegetables that have been produced in heated greenhouses are not prioritized. And another thing to highlight is the percentages they have established. Not all countries have these percentages, but Germany has them, and based on those, there are a number of certifications following these criteria. It is also important in the German system that they take specific measures to protect medium-sized and small-sized producers. In Belgium, we also have examples. They also have a federal framework since 2005. They started back then. They obviously follow the EU recommendations. This is one of the conclusions of our research. All the countries follow the EU recommendations and guidelines. They also support or advocate for small producers and providers, and they have different strategies depending on the region in the country. There's a federal framework, and locally each region adapts this framework to their specific realities, always based on European recommendations. Finland is also following the same lines. Proximity and short circuits is something to highlight here too. Also, animal welfare, another point to highlight. The farther we go north, animal welfare becomes more and more important, and they have a number of initiatives and programs throughout the country that depend on the specific region. In Switzerland, They started long before, so they are ahead in that respect. They also follow EU recommendations and, again, adapted strategies under a national framework. The Swedish approach could be one of the more complete approaches, maybe because they started earlier. France, in the recent years, has been positioning as a reference, also with the Galim Act that includes public procurement, apart from other topics such as the supply chain protection. And as I say, France is an example to highlight, because this Galim Act also includes specific percentages to be complied with by all. For example, 50% of the product needs to be organic or high quality sustainable products, and 20% of them must come from organic farms. Italy is another example of country with initiatives in this respect, but they have also specified the amount of kilometers, defining what a short circuit is considered to be. So each country has its own specificities with the main basic ingredients, although the results vary depending on the region. In this case, they have established a specific figure for the kilometers. Norway also is working on these lines, and Scotland as well. When they started working, they belonged to the EU, not anymore, but they have very powerful programs. We see the same criteria, and Denmark, I forgot Denmark, which is a clear example of a country who is ahead in this respect, because 50% is organic as one of the criteria to be fulfilled. I think I have exceeded my time a little bit. We forgive you because it's been very interesting. Thank you for your presentation. So now we're going to move on, and we're going to be starting our roundtable. This is very relevant because with this list of countries, now we're going to invite on the stage a number of these countries to see what's going on in other regions, and we will have two speakers that will tell us about local initiatives here in Catalonia. First, we have Arnau. We have invited Arnau because he has a long, extensive curriculum. I don't have experience in this topic, so please, Arnau, Uriol and Iago, please, Arnau is environmental science degree in the inter-university program, and he has a degree in European affairs. He's a director of the Assessment Council of CSIC. He's the president of this network, and he has been participating in as an observation, the multi-stakeholder platform in the European Union of the multi-stakeholder goals, and he's been a member of the expert group of the SDGs and for higher education of the Global University Network of Innovation. We will have also 3 speakers online from international experiences, and I give the floor to now for him to introduce the rest of the speakers of the table.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for. I'm going to speak in English because it will be better for the speakers. So, well, it's this kind of hybrid session with speakers here, speakers in the screen. I cannot say the floor is yours. I will say the screen is yours, but this is the new hybrid world. So Again, thank you for the invitation and welcome to all of you. You know, we have a very limited time, so we are going to be very brief, except myself, because I tend to speak too much, but I will try to be very short also. So I'm here also because as a council we have worked on food. We launched the report Feeding on Future, where we talk about public procurement, and as a network we are also working on a reflection on the new European legislative framework on food systems. So again, you know, public procurement is a key topic. So let's go let's start with Bettina Bergman-Madsen. Hello, Bettina is the Chief Procurement Officer in the city of Copenhagen from 29. She is also chair of the National Food Procurement Network in the Ministry of Food and hired advisor to the EU since 2021 and the United Nations Food System Champion in the category Manager for Food. So, well, this sounds amazing. So, please, you have 5 minutes to talk about your experience in Copenhagen, and with, I mean, the title of your very short intervention was "The Power of Public Food Procurement: Implementation of the Food Strategy and Green Goals in Copenhagen, Denmark." So, Bettina, the screen is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. I'm really delighted, and it has been interesting so far to hear all the discussions. Denmark was just mentioned before, and it's true that the whole Denmark has had a goal of 60% organic. Now we had a shift in government and back again, so maybe it's coming again, we don't know yet. But there's been a while where we didn't have the goal for 60%, but the municipalities and the cities kept on working on the goal. I work in the city of Copenhagen, that is the municipality of Copenhagen, or in Denmark, and we actually have a goal of 90% organic. The goal was set in 2001 by our politicians because they said they wanted to save the groundwater. So that was the first target set by our politicians. We serve approximately 80,000 meals per day in 1,100 kitchens. So we cook mainly on site and we buy raw materials to cook from. And that is where I come into the picture because I'm a procurement officer. I have to do the contracts. I am actually the one who's writing the criteria and the clauses into the contracts, and who's also incorporating all the sustainable development goals, so many as possible, into the contracts. As I said, we decided in 2001 to reach the 90% organic target in 2015. So we had like many years to go through this journey. And we did this by training the kitchen staff to cook differently, to cook more from scratch, use more greens and lentils, and you know the drill of less meat and stuff like that. And of course, that meant that I had to procure differently. So I could not just procure like we did yesterday. I had to look into how to do things differently, a change in the procurement. And I could not do this on my own because I'm just a lawyer. So I know how to put the criteria into the contract, how to evaluate it, and how to build up the whole contract. But I do not know, or I did not know, because now I worked on this since 2009. So now I'm beginning to know a little bit more about how to do the organic change, but I didn't know how to do it at that time. So I was working closely with the conversion agency and all the other politician staff, and we did a market dialogue with the kitchen to hear what they wanted and how they wanted it, and that's how we changed the procurement. So the procurement officer's role is really, really important, because often we tend to do like we did yesterday because it's safe and we know how the rules are, and then we can apply them easily. We have to be courageous and to do things differently. And that's where we come in, and it's so important that we share these ideas like you just did. And I was really excited to hear that so many places in Europe, we are trying to do things differently. So I hope that we can inspire each other to do it more courageously. In Denmark, we use the Sustainable Development Goals to build into the contract. We put a focus on packaging, we are preventing food waste, we have seasonality and diversity into our contracts. And one exciting thing we did in the last contract was we worked closely with the university, who told us what the future food would be. So what the food that we need to buy more of to become more sustainable. Because now we have the 90% organic. We don't talk about organic anymore. Our contract is 100% organic, and that's just what we do. Now we talk about how can we cook differently so we become more sustainable. So we eat less meat and more greens. And here I put a climate weight on all the categories that the university told me would be more healthy. So they had a heavier load on the new procurement that we just made. And that was actually one of the smart part. But instead of all of us are having to think these ideas ourselves, in Denmark, we built this procurement officer network where we share ideas, and I create this training material for the procurement officers so that we can share their ideas. And I'm also working on some EU projects, and through one of these EU projects, we are actually building this European procurement officer network where we can share great ideas on how to do things differently. So I would just hope that many other procurement officers will join the network so we can help each other to become better, and hopefully I can inspire others and naturally get inspired by us, all the great work they're doing. I already had so many questions I wanted to ask Christina, and who did you talk to and how did you get that idea? So that's, and now actually in 10 seconds, my time is up. So I'll just say thank you very much. I think together we will be stronger, and I look so much forward to keep on sharing great ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Bettina, for being so sharp. I mean, you inspired us in these 5 minutes. Imagine if you had 10 minutes or more, so thank you. I promise you that your example is very interesting, so I hope that, why not, we can invite you in person here to inspire. I am just thinking that they are going to pay for it, so I am invited, but I think it would be interesting. Yeah, because of the COVID, but we are going to overcome the situation. So now we go to Portugal. So we have here Catarina Vasconcelos. She has a degree in dietetics and nutrition, a post-graduation in pediatric nutrition, and a master in food policy. Her work experience focuses on community nutrition, public health, and food policy. And Catarina will offer us an overview of the challenges and opportunities of sustainable public food procurement in Dânia Nova in Portugal. So the screen is yours for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here with such fantastic colleagues. I'm here representing also Food for Sustainability, and we are a non-profit organization that is defined as a collaborative lab for science and technology. And our main goal is to develop innovative applied research for CO2 mitigation, reduction of chemical use, efficient use of resources towards sustainable production, and a better nutrition for all. So this topic of food procurement is definitely aligned with our work. And once this tool can be explored to promote a sustainable food system, this is our goal as well. So talking about our national context, I can say that the Portuguese government is aligned with the EU recommendations as well, and as it was mentioned before. In 2016, we have launched a national green public procurement strategy, which resulted in the publication of several handbooks with guidelines, recommendations that were divided by different goods and services that can be purchased. So these handbooks were open to public consultation and have incorporated the contribution from several stakeholders and citizens. And to give you some example of this criteria related specific to food procurement, the handbook recommends, for example, the procurement of products with integrated and organic production certification, the introduction of specific indigenous breeds, seasonal products, and products with protected geographic origin. However, of course, we have to highlight that although that we want to progressively transition to mandatory criteria, these are voluntary instruments based on recommendations. But with the decentralized competencies that municipalities have assumed, municipalities have a crucial role in the adjustment of these public procurement mechanisms. And we, as Food for Sustainability, we are working closely with the Idanha Nova municipality, the case that I'm presenting. So the municipality of Idanha Nova was one of the first municipalities to join the international network of bioregions, which basically aims to implement sustainable development strategies that involve the whole common community. In that sense, Idanha has a strong strategy involving the promotion of regenerative agriculture, short supply chains, and circular economy. One of the working axes of this strategy, of course, is the integration of local organic products in the menus of the school canteens. Talking about our experience, one of the main challenges we have identified was related to the failures in supply due to the shortage of some products in traditional suppliers. So here, as a challenge, given this, I bring some of the approaches that we have developed based on our experience that we consider that are essential to start this transition to greener public food procurement. So first of all, it is essential to have a close relationship with the producers and suppliers, knowing very well the characteristics of the product that we are purchasing. It can help to map and have a mapping of the different producers, different suppliers and stakeholders that are working in the territory. Another approach can be related to the identification of the actual products and producers, so they can plan their production. For example, production planning is very important. We have to identify the supply capacity, what is produced at the moment, what will be needed. So forecast what we will need to produce it and when, do a calendar. On the other side, of course, we need the consumption part. What is the actual demand? So the consumption part, we have to know the number of meals, the volume and price of monthly consumption, what are the most accepted and wasted foods. These are topics that we really need to apply and have a really close relation to the production part to do this calendar of production. Last but not least, we identified that we really need to invest in training and empowerment of all the actors that are involved in this process of meal delivery and consumption. So from the producers, kitchen teams, consumers, but also the teams that do the tenders. And as Bettina was saying, they are really important to be capacity building in this size. Because here in Portugal, we feel that we don't have this all awareness yet, and it's a progressively work. And I think I passed my time, sorry.
Fantastic. So thank you, Katrina, for your experience. Again, for people that do not work on public procurement, I mean, perhaps it seems that it's very easy to fix the rules about public procurement when you work on it. You know that it's like a nightmare. It's not so easy. So thank you also for sharing with us your experience in Portugal. And now we move to France, and we go to a not very French name, Esther. But Esther is a research fellow at the National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and the Environment in France, in Riera, and she also worked at the Leibniz Center for Agriculture Landscape Research in Germany. Esther holds a double PhD in geography from the University Autónoma de Madrid and in the urban studies at the École des études en sciences sociales à Paris. So Esther will offer us her vision on the case of Avignon in France, about how public procurement can boost medium-scale food supply chains. So Esther, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Arnaud, for the presentation and also for the invitation to participate in this forum. So as you were saying, my communication focus is on the public procurement of food for nursery and primary schools in Avignon, in France. So I have been working with other researchers and also with the municipality of Avignon for several years right now. And the framework of our work is a current French national law EGalim on agriculture and food that was adopted by the French government the 1st November 2018 to support local products in the public canteens. So they asked to use at least 50% sustainable or high quality certified origin food products, including 20% of organic products this year. So that was what Christina presented before my intervention. So I'm not going to say more on that. So just to say that the key is that they ask not only for organic, but also for local and environmental friendly quality products. So that is maybe a difference from the Denmark approach. So in this framework of the law EGalim, there are all the municipalities are making attempts to fulfill these requirements and to increase the local and organic produce use in their school canteens. So in Avignon, the local government is running an ongoing project. So from 2015, the time they municipalities, they keep the control on the public procurement of food. So the objective of making that was to improve the quality of school meals by increasing the proportion of local fresh fruit and vegetables to replace the frozen and tinned food stuff. Because Avignon is a very, very fertile region producing fruits and vegetables. So today, they started from scratch and they have now 20% of milk components that are local and 30% of milk components that are also organic. So here in Avignon, it's not the same production model that in Copenhagen. Here we have a central kitchen that delivers between 40,000 and 5,000 lunches to almost 60 childcare centers and primary state schools. So one central kitchen cooks for every school. There are not cookers in the schools. So as I said before, we analyze with other researchers and together with the College of the Municipality the actions they made to improve the quality of the food served by increasing the use of local fruits and vegetables. We use a qualitative and quantitative analysis together with participatory workshops. And what we show our results is that the main constraint to public procurement on local fresh food is not the quantity of local production. We have a lot of productions. Furthermore, we show that the implementation of strategies for the relocalization of the supply of school food in public procurement is not just a matter of broadening and deepening the values and criteria behind food tendering and procurement processes. These are necessary conditions, but these are not sufficient conditions. We need also to create medium-scale food chains. I mean, new forms of organization among all the stakeholders in the food chains between the local production to the local consumption. What that means? That means new territorial markets. For instance, here we have AgriLocal, which is supported by the Chamber of Agriculture. That means also new tendering system and bidding process that are suited suited to small and medium-sized farmers, for instance, by a joint contract standing order that in French is called accord cadre. That means structural change, and that means also new technical equipment. For instance, the small preprocessing facilities, the legumerie, to cut, to peel the carrots and so on, that is not possible to make by people in the central kitchen now. So in fine, the main constraint to public procurement of local fresh food is not the quantity of local production, but the structuring of its processing, distribution, and retailing network, and the strategic alliance across scales. So in this sense, and that was the title of my presentation, my intervention, public demand can boost the development of these medium-scale food supply chains that can also supply food for restaurants or for green groceries and so on. Furthermore, we think that institutional response to food system issues at the local level need to be bolstered by planning and policy initiatives at the regional, national, and even global levels. And finally, we show, and this is very important, that, and this is a scientific paper we have just published, that the motivation of people, that means staff and public officials that are working in the implementation of food policies, their motivation are a keystone for supporting the transition to local fresh food procurement for public school. I mean, in Avignon, the public officials' approach to food show it a concern for the public interest, regardless of a financial return. They were not paid more to making their work better. So they were not expected to have an utilitarian and monetary rewards, but which drives the implementation of this food policy was the normative conformity. I mean, they feel that they believe in equity, in education, in fairness, and they have an affective bonding. I mean, they think that this is good for the health of children, and they have environmental conditions. They feel that local products are more environmental friendly than products that came from the other part of the planet. So we conclude that the success of the implementation of this food policy that is politically driven, but the implementation, the keystone of the success, is due to the catering and procurement staff who overcame the barriers to the implementation. So I conclude to saying that we have summarized all these results in a chapter of a book that was edited by the FAO. This is the Organization of the United Nations for the Alimentation, and that is online available for free. This is public food procurement for sustainable food system and healthy diets, and that we are still working together with the municipality of Avignon in two H2020 projects called Food Shift 2030, and a new one that is going to start in July called Feast, that to see how this fresh public procurement can increase the nutrition status of the children and the health of the population. And it's all from my side.
Esther, thank you. Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt you, but here the point is that I love a circular economy, but here the reality is that the clocks are circular, but time is linear. And here we have an issue with the time here. So thank you, and thank you to the three of you. And now we move to Catalan, it's true. So to Catalan and to Catalonia. So we have Iago Calvet, Domingo.
He has worked as a researcher for different municipalities and cooperatives. He was a technician of social economy in the Cardedeu municipality, and for the last year he is the coordinator of the SHEMEC, the network of school canteens. And Iago, he has 5 minutes to talk about this Ecolocal, this a new certification, organic certification for school canteens, restaurants and communities. Iago, whenever you want. Very interesting. Thank you very much for having invited me. As I've now said, we are going to present the Eco-Local certification. As he said, it is the first certification that we have devoted to restaurants, school canteens, and other communities and groups that want to guarantee that they have organic food and local food. Proximity is 200 kilometers. This project in collaboration with the Slow Food Project has been possible thanks to a subsidy from the City Council of Barcelona, and it has public organizations like the Generalitat and the Municipality of Barcelona and private companies working in restaurants and the school canteens and different cities and organizations. And there is a second element before we talk about the criteria that we need to underline. This certificate is going to have an external validation. So there will be an institution, Interreg, that is an expert in such inspections, that is going to validate the criteria that we are asking for. It is relevant because it guarantees and shows that this certificate is transparent, and because we have a specific goal. We want to include it in public bids. Christina was talking about the importance of public procurement and including this type of policies in the public sector. So we wanted to have a very detailed report so that this certificate could be included in public bids, in public calls, and it has been included. Let me just talk about the basic criteria of the certificate. First of all, not using the food and fish and category 3X. And of all the food that they can offer, we have distributed them in 8 families. And each one of these families, each one of these groups, we want minimum of organic and local food. For example, vegetables, at minimum of 3. So they have to be certified, and they will choose the carrots, tomatoes, and lettuces. They are going to be eco-local certified. They are going to come from less than 200 kilometers and with an organic certification. So this certification that will be active in the following weeks, and that everyone will be able to join, was presented in Barcelona not long ago, and it was very well welcomed with some school canteens getting in touch with us, and I think it is good. But organic and local food is something that the citizens demand. And also, we want to ask the public administration to believe in this and to incorporate the certificate or such criteria in public bids, and also to give the support. And because there is a professional audit, and I think that if the public administration includes this in these public bids, in these public tenders, it will be more adopted by more people. If there are more restaurants and the school canteen certified, this is going to have a good impact on the farmers in Catalonia. And if you need more information, you can find it in the website of our website and in our YouTube channel. We have a lot of videos with a longer presentation than the one I've just offered to you. Thank you very much, Iago. Thank you for being so brief. And this great certificate, we are going to watch those videos in the YouTube channel. Really interesting. Thank you very much. And now we go to a former chef Uriel, you decided to change profession in the 90s, and you started a new company, and integrated in Fundesplai initiative. It is the Catalan Foundation, and in Catalonia, and managing education programs in 200 school canteens with 40,000 users per day. So Fundesplai is a very important initiative, and so Eat, Act and Impact. This is the motto of Fundesplai initiative. So Oriol, you've got 5 minutes. The final 5 minutes are yours. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you for having invited me. And it is good to close today's session because it is the missing part, right? The education, the schools, in order to do all the changes we want to achieve, producers, administration, families, we need to change the education and change the mindset of young people and children. And the schools are the ones that can lead this transformation that we all want, because we all want what we want to achieve. And we can legislate, but we need to be practical and hands-on. And this is what we are trying to do. We are closer to 40,000 young people every day, and we have the opportunity to explain to them what we are doing for the past, because we've been working on proximity during many years. We try to work with the local suppliers because we are fully convinced we have an important purchase capability, and we have a great capability to intervene in helping the farmers, local farmers. And also we consider it a tool, and this is like a dissemination job. And if you talk to a child and you explain to a child the need to buy locally and to eat locally, then this child is going to go back home and explain everything to their family. And if you cook a seasonal plate, for example, using seasonal products, this kid is going to explain all these things to their family when they go home. And we do trinxat de la Cerdanya, which is a Catalan plate, then the families are going to know that this is typical and this is seasonal, and it is a great opportunity we need to take advantage of. So it's not only this everyday work with the young people, and also as a foundation, our educational project of changing the world. We think that by eating we're going to change the world, and we have this logo of eating, acting, and having an impact, everything linked together. And acting has an impact against the waste of food and all the things that we want to change, and in favor of the planet. I tried to be brief. I think that you understood the main idea: youth, children, and the way to disseminate the message to the administration and their families.
You've done a good job explaining this. we need to remind people that a few weeks ago we organized a joint session with the organization and my council, and what we did was to present the role of or the experiences of local councils related to food and nutrition. How can we align ourselves and work together at a local level to promote local producers in order to generate local strategies? So this is an important point here. Where can we act from the point of view of local procurement to facilitate this transition at the local level, promoting the activity of local producers, local consumers also benefit from this, and at the same time, we put into value the real value of agriculture and farming. Well, I think we've reached the end of this roundtable. If it's okay, if I speak in Catalan or maybe English. Oh, you don't need to repeat everything you said. I just wanted to take the opportunity that we have 3 experiences from people from other countries, and maybe we could try to establish this connection. Is this educational approach in other countries, trying to explain why public procurement can help with this approach, sustainable approach. What measures are you undertaking in your countries regarding education? Let me make this question to our speakers from other countries.
So we have, but we can do, I mean, are you, so do you want to? Yeah, okay. So Bettina, let's start with you.
Well, in Denmark, actually, right now, we are trying to open up our procurements for small and medium-sized firms. And right now, I'm actually writing a tender for fresh potatoes, where we incorporate the education level. So we want to engage with a farmer who can help also tell the kids in the school why he has the best job in the world. Like I say, I'm the procurement officer. I love my job. So I want to convince others that procurement officers are, but I know that farmers will feel the same way. They will also know that their job is the best job in the world. And we need more kids to understand that. We also need them to understand how 1 potato can become into 10 potatoes in the ground. And you can really connect this to education. And then in Denmark, we have cooking lessons. I think they are around 13 years when they have these cooking lessons a whole year in school, like 3 hours a week. And here, if you then give them like a potato to grow home before they go to the cooking lessons the season before, you can tell them, okay, so how many potatoes would we need on a field to feed our schools? So they get the idea, they talk with the farmer, and then you can give them a cookbook on how to cook potatoes differently. They know that you can mash them, you can cook them, you can fry them, you can put them in the oven, and so on and so forth. So we also try to link it, and this is just the beginning. We can do this with eggs and milk and whatever, but you will need a large kitchen because you will have to think about the small scale farmers. They cannot deliver to 1,100 kitchens. So we only have 2 very large kitchens, one cooking for elderly living at home and one cooking for school meals. So here we will use it for these small and medium-sized firms, not for and farmers, of course, but not for all the 1,100 kitchens. That would be too much for the farmers to go to.
So thank you, Bettina. So we go to Esther. Esther, the screen is yours.
Briefly, the municipality works at 3 levels. First one is the production, so they take kids to the farm in the same way Bettina was describing to see how vegetables are grown, and they make this experience also in the recreation ground. Second, they work about food waste and sensibilization about food waste, because that is one of the principal vectors for making the food system more sustainable. And then the third point is about nutrition, sensibility to nutrition of different foods. So they teach to kids what are the properties of meals, but they are working also on a project of a pedagogical kitchen for parents and children in order to show them how to cook or to learn them how to cook fresh vegetables and fruits and with traditional recipes or new ones, but how to cook, because a lot of people do not know any longer how to cook.
Thank you, sir. Catalina, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I can share the experience we have also in Portugal, specifically here in Medina. We have also worked close with the local producers, and we try to support them, empower them, and help them to the transition to more regenerative practice. We organize focus group, capacity building sessions with these producers. We also have developed a national catalog of organic producers to identify organic producers and help those who want to make this transition to organic. It's a biolog that you can search online. It's one of the projects that we are doing. And also, of course, we have these educational programs on sustainable consumption and healthy eating, where we have cooking classes, didactic games related to the local products, nutrition and health, directly involving all the students that consume these meals that we are delivering, but also, of course, as I said before, with the kitchen staff, with the aim to promote these long-term changes in the eating habits and co-develop here an approach to healthier and sustainable lifestyle. Yeah, really briefly.
So, regarding education, my council launched that report, the Feeding on Future report, and we explained that we put there that the Ministry for Education was also responsible for food. So this was important too, and we tried to convince the Minister for Education at that time that he was also responsible, that she was responsible also for food. So at the end is putting food in the center of everything, and this is not only it's not agriculture, it's not only livestock, it's not only fisheries, it's also, so we have time for, yes, do you have time for okay, so please yours. Endavant, volien, sí.
Just 30 seconds to that you're saying that you're placing the focus on education, but we also need to talk to the administration and tell them that when regulations are defined, that you include educators in your teams, because it is interesting to know that the final users are also kids, and we know a lot about them. So we're happy that you include us in this conversation.
Thank you. Vols dir alguna cosa més o deixem?
Anything else you wanted to add? Well, yes, I agree on this need that food has a deep impact in many aspects. So it's great that all stakeholders work together, both the private sector and the public sector. And I like to think that when we do huge projects and we think about them like a long journey, but right now the situation is very unstable. So we need to take a firm step forward.
So,
focus on
thank you.
this.
So we have just finished this let's say, roundtable presentation. I was invited to Mòdol to conduct a session on public procurement, and I ended with education. So I think that it's necessary to stop here, because otherwise I will talk about culture and something. So thank you for the invitation. I hope that you enjoyed the session. Thank you to all of you for your very interesting insight in 5 minutes. So it's not easy, and you made the points. So thank you, i gràcies per tot, a vosaltres.
Thank you very much. It's been a shame we didn't have more time, because this debate could take more hours and days. And please, let's move on to the Director General of Prodeca, who will wrap up of the session. And in 5 minutes, can you try to sum this up in Catalan, if it's okay? I try to speak slowly. I will not try to insist on what's been said, but to highlight just a few things. The objective or the aim of EUREGA project, as Tony mentioned before, Tony is someone that's been working for a long time with school canteens, trying to raise our awareness among kids of the implications of nutrition and food and the food system. EUREGA focus on cultural heritage and tradition and the economic development. So let me link this with what was said this morning. In fact, health in the Greek definition, so not only yourself, but your environment as well, is linked to this concept of health in plural, the health of the people, the health of the planet, which is related, closely related to the SDGs, and the health of the food chain. And if all the elements of this chain are not healthy, the chain breaks. If we can talk a lot about this, but there should be a shared benefit for everyone in the chain. So healthy people, healthy food chain, and healthy planet. So, and also a landscape, healthy landscapes. This is related to our project. And I discussed this with Arnau. We might be wrong if we chose a system where the food systems in Denmark, Portugal, France, etc., were organic, but we ate the same things. This is not feasible. This is not sustainable. And this has to do with the fact that here we eat pan tomacat, so bread with tomato, because we have a specific variety or cultivar of tomato that's ideal for making this, for rubbing on bread. And because we have olive groves and these healthy landscapes is also a part of this healthy environment. And as I said many times to the health department, they don't have a monopoly of the term or the concept of health, because it's something that belongs to all of us. So I'm thankful to everyone. And let me finish by saying that I had many questions, and we've talked about many of them. But I wanted to finish with a proposal. All the people involved in this project, all the people involved, try to create a working network, working with all the stakeholders. So I was forgetting in the Barcelona City Council. We are interested to continue working with you. You've been World Capital of Sustainable Food, and with Monse, we've been working with all of you to generate like a collective intelligence or knowledge, so that all the obstacles and experiences you've had during this process can be useful to others. So let's continue and use this seed to create more things in the future. New Interreg lines and new projects have been proposed, so why not? We can continue to work under the framework of a European project to define the rules of public procurement, to value sustainable proximity foods. So health for everyone. Thank you.